Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action with you. From up top, your announcer Shannon Sugardoll with you. Just above the freezing mark tonight, 1 Celsius, 34 Fahrenheit. We're going to begin the action on a fast track, fast and dry conditions this evening, though there is a flurry beginning to fall here in London. Program changes coming right up. Stand by. 13 minutes away from race one. So again, standing by, program changes here. In the opener, there is a scratch. Race number 1, number 3, easy, breezy, beautiful. Well, it's not going to go tonight. A reduced field of 7 in the opener. Key scratch number 3 will not be competing in leg 1 of the HPI Bet sponsored Pick 5 play. $10,000 guaranteed pool right up front to chase after. Over into race number 2. This evening's second race, number 1, top of the bar, is removing the blinkers, switching to open with a screen, putting the screen on tonight. Number 1, top of the bar in race 2. Third race is clear. Fourth race, in race number 4, it's a scratch of 7, Village Juror. Take out 7 in race 4. The 9 will not be moving in. Next up, race number 5, the 5, Rapanahui came out, scratching the 5 from the 5th race early. Super high 5 opportunity. Race number 6, the 5, Better's Dream, blinkers to side rolls. Side rolls going on number 5, Better's Dream in race 6. 7th race, kick-starting a late pick 5. No changes throughout the late pick 5. Races 7 through 11, there are no changes. And with that, we've got you up to speed on the program changes thus far tonight. Again, we are just above the freezing mark. And we are on fast and dry conditions thus far, though the flurries are beginning to fall, and I've been told the winds will be picking up this evening. So maybe a bit of dirt through this racing program. It's 11 races kicking off in about 10 minutes' time. Again, it's the HPI Bet sponsored Pick 5 play. Go-to wager will be coming back following a short break with our friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr. He will be joining us for the commentary, selections, and the Pick 5 ticket ideas as well. Lots more to come on this Tuesday evening at the Raceway. A short break now, and we'll be coming right back shortly. Stick around. Hey, welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District. We are London's half-mile harness racing action from the eye in the London sky. I'm your announcer for this evening's race card, Shannon Sugar-Doyle, setting up the action this evening and joining us on the broadcast like he does each and every Tuesday evening, our friend Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, I think winter has arrived, hey, in the province of Ontario. We got spoiled this fall, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. The long gone are those nice warm days, Sugar.
Right.
Warm days all the way to November. My son today looks outside and goes, "Daddy, it's snowing," and of course he's just full of joy, and
Yeah.
I certainly am not, because not a fan of the snow.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? We've been lucky so far, so we can deal with a little bit of it, right? We don't want too much, though.
I was hoping to squeeze in one more game of golf, and I might get there yet through the month of November. I can remember back in the day, whether it was junior high or in high school, when the first snowfalls would fall, and you'd be like, "A little harder, please, little harder, please. Maybe we get to go home early, right?"
Yeah, always. Snow days were the best, right? Like it was.
Yeah.
I'd actually go home and I'd start studying the program, though. That's what I would do.
I hear you. My mom, she worked at the newspaper plant in my hometown, Summerside, Prince Edward Island, and they printed off the programs there. So I always looked forward to seeing Mom come home from work, because she'd always bring me that program, and I'd get to work picking. And yeah, so let's talk about. So much more. How about her bouncing back after the just miss in the Breeders' Crown? I mean, what a spectacular mare. What a spectacular season. She's already won the O'Brien back in 2020. I think she's a shoe-in for it this season, eh?
Gotta be a shoe. And you know what? First of all, the way she raises her game against the best horses, I mean, the best mares on the planet, really.
Yeah. Oh.
And really in spots where many think she's overmatched, right? But she's our queen of pacing in Canada.
Yeah.
She always rises to the occasion. And hey, when she gets to face the Open Company at Mohawk Park, she's as dominant as they come. I mean, I don't think you can really recall a horse that's had that kind of longevity in a division. And just keeps on doing it, and as you say, Sugar, doing it well every time she steps out on the track.
Right, doing it well, and looks so good in doing it, and it's great to see for the connections. Don and Ken Beats and Cole England, they took over the ownership when she made the move up here from the Maritimes. She picked up her first Ontario victory right here in London, and I still remember that night and that call, and what a splash she has made in Ontario since coming up from the Maritimes. So much more, such a nice racing mare. Didn't get to see the Bulldog down at Rosecroft, but you know what? Unsung hero really this season, Tattoo Artist. He's done so much work for these big pacing events, and it's so tough to hang on when you're putting up a half of 53-1, right? And you got a pretty good horse towing right along throughout.
Yeah, so many of these big races. I mean, obviously, a horse like Bulldog's so special, he overcomes Trip, right? But in these other spots, I mean, it comes down to Trip scenario.
Yeah.
Alleyway got it on that occasion. And like you said, unsung hero, he's quietly had an incredible season, Tattoo Artist. I mean, it gets overshadowed by others. But just, racing so well in so many big spots. Dexter Dunn got along with him well, had him flying out there. Just couldn't hold off a beast, really, in Alleyway Hanover, who really, raced hard in the Breeders' Crown in an attempt to beat the Bulldog, right? and couldn't do so.
Tried to take him to the half, eh? Tried to take him to the half, and that didn't work.
Yeah, so Tattoo Artist got the better of him on that occasion.
Yeah.
This time around, switch the Trip scenarios. Alleyway gets it done.
Here's the thing. I went back and looked at Bulldog Hanover's miles all season long. He has never had the luxury of any kind of pocket trip whatsoever. He either cut a mile, he was coming from well back, he was traveling first up. He has never had a rabbit in front of him all season long. And look at the miles that he produced, a 1:45.4 world record. For me, a GOAT for sure. Bulldog Hanover, will be talking about him for years.
Oh, absolutely. He's my GOAT. Yeah, everyone's going to spark the debate. I thought Niatross would never get unseated as that designation, in my opinion. Listen, the other thing, too, about Bulldog, he's gone these trips his whole career. I mean, go back.
Yeah.
He went one of the biggest miles I've ever seen in the OSS.
Right.
When he went Park the Route and still won as a 3-year-old. He's gone just monstrous miles his whole career. And I think people will overlook that, right?
Yeah.
He didn't just become a good horse at 4. He was a fantastic racehorse at every point in his career.
Yeah.
He just didn't win at the clip he's winning at now.
Well, we're on the same page so much when it comes to selecting tickets and selections, and we're on the same page for GOATs as well. Niatross and Bulldog Hanover, those are my top 2 as well. We got some Pick 5 tickets to talk about. Robert Reed Jr., this race 1, Pick 5 play, $10,000 guaranteed pool up for, chasing after, of course, and a low 15% takeout, a go-to wager, of course. And for me, I'm with you in the opener. You know, I was going to try to key up the 7, Sweetest Hustle, but that outside post and the 6, Fran Sports Writer, she does have that flashy gate speed, so you'll want to include the 6, I believe, with the 7 horse in the opener. For me, it's a key in race number 2 with the 5, our Narutak Perfetto. And I remember this horse last season came in a similar spot and ripped the bridles off of the field, trotted a mile in 56-1. There it is, the season mark last season for Narutak Perfetto was taken right here in London. So, for me, he's a key and maybe a key for many. I'm 3 deep in the 3rd, 2 deep in the 4th, and going deepest of all in the 5th and final leg, trying for a price on those trotters in the 5th race, High Five. And Robert Reed Jr., your ticket coming right up here, and I'll leave you to it.
I'm just going to keep it real thin tonight, Sugar.
That is thin.
Pretty much. It was too, we kept it thin. You know, some people are going to say, get off my wallet, but at the end of the day, I'll press this combination quite a few times.
Right.
I we're on the same page in the opener. Sweetest Hustle, I think, should win. However, Fran Sports Writer last time got shuffled back, and if you remember, got interfered with in the stretch. I thought she was going to be 3rd in that race before she had a horse coming on top of her.
Yeah.
She would have also come home a lot quicker than that 30-4. She got really messed up in the stretch there. So I do like those 2 here. Singling up on Narutak Perfetto, just a class of the race here. You mentioned it last year. Fantastic over this oval. I think he's a single. Race 3, just a 1 and 2 for me.
Yep.
Steady as we go. Disappointed me last time. Think that she could rebound. She's got rhythm. Fantastic in her latest for Bruce Goit. So just 2 deep there. I think in race 4, I love what they've done with Babe Breeze, the 3, because you win your 2 back-to-back races. Now there's a $5,000 life. Now you got to lead the class. What do? Aggressively put the horse in a condition claimer. So to me, this is like a lateral move for Babe Breeze. I think he crushes in there for Rafael Barraza, who's done a fantastic job with this 3-year-old gelded son of Better Than Cheddar.
So,
and then in race,
we're calling that a class drop, right?
Yeah, it's a lateral move at worst.
Yeah.
At worst.
Yeah, for sure.
It really is. Because what happens is, right, is so many times we as horsemen, you own a horse, you say, okay, you know what, we're going to move to the next level. I love what these guys have done, right? They've won 2 in a row. Hey, we don't want to put the horse in against horses that maybe he can't do with. We're going to put him in a condition claimer. That's what they did with Babe Breeze. So I think he goes out there, does his thing again. He was so dominant in both those efforts, and now a better post to work from too, right? Finale for me, just a 1 and 4. Love the class drop on the Desperado, the 4 horse. Will he or won't he? Hoping he can kind of rebound here, right? Rail to work from. Last time, kind of got lost in the mix when he couldn't leave out from post 5.
Sure.
Rail control, hoping for different. But I do agree that that's the most intriguing race in the sequence to try to find a price. So I think if we get one, that's where it's going to come.
I agree with that. That's why I've gone deep in there. I've got a big circle in my program around number 8, Goaltender. Now, Goaltender closed up sharply, got caught up in some traffic there last time out. If there's a 3rd one to maybe add to your ticket, I'd be shoving the 8 Goaltender in there because is following out the speed of Willie Arwoni. We know where he's going tonight. And okay. So I see where you're going with the thin ticket. You want to be punching that one a number of times. I know with mine, I'm only going to punch it once likely, but best of luck, Robert Reed Jr. I'm
going to add the 8 now, by the way.
you better. I loved him, but through the stretch last time, man, he was flying. Like he was trotting out of his skin.
Yeah, you know what? The trailing post always kind of worries me in those spots. However, you make a great point, right? This is not the case where you're following a couple of horses that make breaks and don't leave.
Right.
Willie Arwoni and Tamba Houdini, 2 horses that are going to both be trying to push the gate away. So you're right. I mean, Goaltender is probably a good use there. Folks, maybe add that one if you're playing my ticket.
Right on. Here we go then. Best of luck to all playing along or coming up with your own Pick 5 ticket ideas. We've got a post break coming up. Race 1 of 11. will be stepping out on track here shortly. We're going to be keeping a close eye on the track tonight, Robert. We do have some flurries falling, though the track condition, we're starting off fast and dry this evening, but anytime we get a little bit of dirt in London and with winds likely picking up as well, we will have to keep a close eye on how the track condition continues to play out tonight.
Yeah, track bias always so important, right? I mean, we can try to catch on that early. That might be able to get us some value later on in the card.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we'll take a little break now, and we'll give you the live shot of the paddock. It appears the Pacers are going to be stepping out here shortly. You see Brett McDonald, one of our leading drivers here in London. He is on his way. The two, Wasaga, right in behind. Austin Sorey with us this evening in London with a number of drives, and I think he's got some live ones later on. My best bet selection this evening, actually, up into race number 8, number 6, JJ Powerball. There's another one I got a big circle around. Austin Sorey on board the 6 JJ Powerball tonight in race number 8. A key play for me and a best bet selection. Post parade for the opener right up here next. Stand by. And just prior to getting to this post-parade race one, I've just been notified of a late scratch. And it's the fourth leg of the early pick 5 where this scratch comes up. Number 4, Iconic Sealster in race number 4 has been a late scratch again. Just coming in right now, scratch the 4, Iconic Sealster from the 4th race. Here's your field then from race number 1, led by the 1, the Play Like Carrera. Brett McDonald's on board for the owner-trainer, Darian Ham. Les Posan, owning and training. Number 2 was Sega, Austin Sorey. Number 3 was a key scratch in here. The 4, Tierra Dancer, Tyler Borth. This one, another one for owner-trainer, Les Posan. Robin Morley owning. It's Jack Ray training 5. Put your bet down. Scott Ray on board. Scott coming in off the driving triple here on Monday evening. And number 6, Fran Sports Writer for Michelle McMullen, Audrey Crawford, Ken Gowan trains, Andy Moore stays on. It'll be the outside chance for number 7, Sweetest Hustle for Lori Keeling, Jason Libby conditions, Scott Coulter driven. And then the 8, Lady in Lace from the trailing spot, Marlene Marshall owning. It's a John Marshall training. Garrett Rooney is in the sulky. A reduced field of 7, the key scratch of 3 in the opener. It's an exactor, try, superfecta, daily double, and the start of the popular pick 5 play. Again, a $10,000 guaranteed pool here to chase after. All righty, getting things settled here in the eye in the London sky. You know, I come up and we get right into chatting with Robert Reid Jr., and then I got to start pulling out the laptop and everything else. A lot of work to do on Tuesday evenings to get it set up here in the booth, but we're good to go now. And on the monitors, heavy favorite, number 7, Sweetest Hustle. It's been sitting up close in each of her last 2. She gets a great shot to start things off tonight, Robert.
Yeah, she does, right? She's been going up against the likes of Arizona, and before that, J120, right? So you look at those horses, if they were in here, they'd be, you know, something to 5 at best. And Sweetest Hustle's been, you know, one that's been kind of second best to those types for quite some time at this level. And I think she really benefits, right, from the scratch of the 3, Easy Breezy Beautiful. That one likely was going to try to, you know, leave out of there, I would think, from post 3. That's now not going to happen. And Sweetest Hustle, I think, has to get launched tonight, doesn't she, Sugar?
I believe so. I believe it's the outside 2 that will be blasting. You look to the left of those, and there's Not a whole lot of speed, really. You know, the 4 Tierra Dancer likely will get spotted up close there for Totterborth, but with the back quarters in 31 and change, sub 2-minute speed, she could be one to think about for the Tri Superfecta here, but I could see it setting up a 6-7 or 7-6 and likely be the exactor box combination here in the opener.
Yeah, I agree. I think it comes down to those two. You know, Sweetest Hustle is good on the track right now, right? Has shown, you know, plenty of speed in the past. The only concern I have with this filly is the fact that she's got 2 victories from 23 lifetime starts, 9 runner-up finishes, right? Ooh. So she's a horse that, you know, obviously, you know, throughout her career, she's kind of had that affinity for finishing second. A lot of it might come down to the competition she's been facing. It's still a bit of a concern for me. That's the only reason why I did include the 6 France Sports Rider, because I think if they get hooked up, like you said, sitting 1-2 around the racetrack, maybe that filly can get the better of it.
Sweetest Hustle, kind of enjoying that bridesmaid role, right? You said it, you know, 9 seconds, 5/3. But still solid all through there. 16 top 3 finishes from 23 outings. Put together a pretty good campaign. Her first season at the races. 3-year-old daughter of Sports Writer. And here is a look at 6 France Sports Writer. Likely to be busting off the gate here for Andy Moore. Shows the 28 and change quarters, even on the good track at over there in 28 and 4 from the 5-hole, and wired them up in 2:01. You said it. Last time out, she is getting third. She got bumped in the late going as she was coming through on the inside. She's likely going to show a mile of 57 and change in her latest if she's not getting interfered with in there. So France Sports Writer, definitely capable of showing that 57 speed that we see showing up in the lines for Sweetest Hustle in her last 2.
Yeah, I think so. And the thing about her, right, she kind of, you know, caught fire when she came here to the raceway. Obviously, had that one nice effort at in Sarnia, but then 2 dominating victories, right? And she was all by herself under wraps in both those wins.
Right.
And then stepping up, that's a huge step up the class ladder. Sometimes horses take a little bit to get acclimated to that new level of competition. So she's already had that start, left out really well, got shuffled. And like we said, right, like she had pace in the stretch, and the line's very deceiving. Yeah, you see the interference break, but she gets beat by a wide margin when she probably only got beat about 3 lengths at most, right? So I think that, you know, she's certainly the other one you've got to look at in here. She's got that tactical speed too, right, to be forwardly placed right off the switch.
Right on. So we're getting set to line them up here for race number 1 of 11. Final call for wagers on this early pick 5 play sponsored by HBI Bet. And the first one right up on the wings here from the outside is number 7, the Sweetest Hustle. She looks very sharp here, going in behind for Coulter at 3-5. And looks like Andy Moore may be trying to time it here with number 6, France Sports Writer, as the fillies and mares on the pace. Top of the stretch, field of 7. And into the stretch, picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off, and Andy Moore was not timing it. He's taking back with the 6 France Sports Rider. It's Scott Ray sending on out of there. Put Your Bet Down at 18-1. Put Your Bet Down is on top. Tierra Dancer finds a spot up close in second. Away in the third, we've got Wasaga next in line to be fourth with Play Like Carrera. It's going to be Sweetest Hustle from off the pace this evening at 1-2 is a racing out of fifth. Then Lady and Lace, and gapped off trailing is the 6 horse France Sports Rider. She did close up as the second choice, but she's got a whole lot of work to do in this one, traveling about 10 lengths off the lead in last. 30 seconds flat. They diddled and they dawdled through that opening quarter-mile speed. Put Your Bet Down, the long shot leader. Underway now goes Wasaga for Sori out of third, and now has taken second. Will be challenging on this half-mile approach. Put Your Bet Down and Wasaga. Now the heavy favorite gets put in play by Coulter. She made the move from fifth. She's up into fourth and going forward here with a lap to go. The half clocked up in a minute and a 1/5. Put Your Bet Down. The one to take down here in the opener. Scott Ray on board, coming in off the driving triple, and may have a live wire to start things up tonight at a big price. It is Put Your Bet Down, leading to the backside on the wheel now. Travels Wasaga. Wasaga gaining with every stride. Going to look this leader in the eye. Towed right up into it third. Sweetest Hustle getting a great trip here for Coulter. Buried fourth for Wasaga. Actually, that was Tierra Dancer, the buried fourth now, as Wasaga keeps on pressing here for Sori. 129 and 4 3/4. Put Your Bet Down, going a big one thus far. Wasaga sticking around, and here comes Sweetest Hustle. Scott Coulter just hit the go button, and this filly, she's responding. Sweetest Hustle, a bridesmaid many times this season. Wasaga's taking her on. Wasaga for the win. It was close for second. Put Your Bet Down was against Sweetest Hustle in the place photo. Play Like Carrera finishes fourth. So right off the bat, mild upset winner here. It is the second choice at 5-2. Wasaga and Sori in 2 minutes flat. Unofficial winner here, number 2, Wasaga. Wasaga took some serious action tonight. You look through the program lines, and yeah, she's been like 40-1 in each of her last 2 over at Flamborough. Even the last time she was here, she's 18-1. Tonight, she's a 5-2 second choice, and roughs it to win over the 7, Sweetest Hustle. Did come on and win that place photo over the 5. Put Your Bet Down, and finishing fourth, the 1, Play Like Carrera. 2, 7, 5, and 1 to start things up. Here's Wasaga coming back. A 4-year-old daughter, if he's watching, out of the Big Scoop by Grin from Ear to Ear for owner, trainer, breeder. Les Poussin of Brantford. It was Austin Sori on board for the catch drive. We did mention he's got some live bullets this evening. I did not see this mare as a live bullet, but she takes the opener in 2 minutes flat. Congratulations to the Connections of Wasaga, scoring here at 5-2. $7.70 to win. Exactor $11.60. Dollar Try $24.70. Dollar Super $98.45. Play Like Carrera was fourth. Wasaga won it. 3 was scratched. Tierra Dancer 6. Put Your Bet Down third. Fran Sports Rider 7. Sweetest Hustle second. Lady and Lace was fifth. 30. A minute 1/5. 129 and 4 in the mile. 2 minutes flat. Wasaga from the top. 4-1 scratch. 6-3. 7-2-5. Turn the page. Go on to race number 2 for a group of trotters. Exactor Try Super. And if you missed on the 2 in the opener for the pick 5, we've got the pick 4 to follow it up. It's the early pick 4 starting here. $7,500 guaranteed pool low take in 4 minutes. Alrighty, so with the quick post time here, just 4 minutes wagering time on race number 2. And it's the start of an early pick 4. Robert Reed Jr. will be standing by to set up the early pick 4 ticket here shortly. Again, just 4 minutes here. Going to get right to the trotters momentarily. And, yeah, setting up this early pick 4 ticket idea. And Robert Reed Jr., I know you're standing by. I'm going to let you set up this early pick 4 because we were way off on the winner of the opener, Wasaga. I had to look again at how does she go away at 5-2? You know, she's 40-1 plus in her last two, 18-1 the last time she's here in London. I just didn't see that coming.
Yeah, the only thing could be is the last two were in against Nolmaners, the three at Flamborough Downs. I had her pegged for third, Sugar, but I thought it was a two-horse race.
Yeah.
I honestly thought it was going to be a two-horse race. And France Sports Writer, I mean, she was just not in it tonight at any point.
Right from the start, right? Like, I mean, it lined up top of the stretch. It looked like Andy might be timing the gate, but no, that wasn't happening. She just wanted nothing to do with racing tonight.
And Sweetest Hustle just doesn't want to go by. You know, I mean, I thought she'd be on the engine.
Yeah.
I mean, probably could have been the way the race panned out. Didn't work out that way, and just doesn't want to pass. But hey, we move on to the early pick 4 wager guaranteed pool at $7,500. We got Sugar's ticket on the screen right now, folks, and singling up here on Onarotok Perfetto, classy trotter. Gotta love this one's chances tonight. Coming back here to the raceway where he did take his season's mark last year, 156-1. Then Sugar's going to go 3 deep in race 3 with the 1, 2, and 3. I'm on board with that. Just the 1 and 3 in the 4th race. I'm loving the 3 Bay Breeze in there. And then spreading out in that money leg, which is a nice looking upper condition trot race. We got the addition of the Desperado coming over to the raceway from Mohawk Park, but just some real nice quality trotters overall in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 for Sugar there in the money leg. That ticket will cost you $6 for a 20-cent wager. Mine, a little bit cheaper. I might add one to the last leg after Sugar kind of convinced me. But we're going to stay true to that pick 5 sequence there with just the 5 Onarotok Perfetto here. I think he's the class of the field. Hopefully he will emerge victorious. Just steady as we go, and she's got rhythm, the 1 and 2 in race 3. They've got the inside post. I think they are the best horses in the race as well. Race 4, I love the 3 Bay Breeze. Love the aggressive decision to move this horse right to the condition claiming ranks for a $15,000 tag, and now winners a $10,000 lifetime, thinking that he goes out there and just crushes again. Money leg, just the 1 and 4. Willie or won't he? The 1 and the 4, the Desperado. But you know what? I'm going to throw in one that Sugar talked me into, the goaltender.
Yeah.
So that would then make my ticket go from, it was 80 cents. Now we'll spend $1.20.
Okay. You know what? Back to race number 1, where it looked kind of, for me, maybe for you too, maybe it looked kind of obvious, maybe too obvious that 6 or 7 would win. For me, it's obvious on paper that the 5 Onarotok Perfetto should win race number 2. Is there a chance this doesn't happen? 3-5. Right now, the 4, Catch Canada taking action, an early speed threat, of course.
It's still a horse race. I mean, listen, Catch Canada last time, every opportunity really to get to the wire, did battle it out with Field Gunner.
Yep.
Onarotok Perfetto on his best day is supposed to blow this field away, right?
Right.
But, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, we saw the first race so clearly.
Yes.
And it didn't work out, you know, so I'm just hoping that this classy veteran brings his A game. He went a tough trip last time at Mohawk Park.
Right.
And that pound for pound's a tougher race than he faces tonight, right? So I think he emerges victorious.
Okay, well, we're hoping so, because we've got I've got him keyed up. You've got him keyed up. Many will be keying him. 4-5 currently on number 5, Onarotok Perfetto. A similar spot he was here with us last season. You could see his season's mark in Ontario last year was right here in London. It was 156-1. So our Onarotok Perfetto keeps on taking the action here. Next choice being for Catch Canada at 5-2. They're leaving the paddock there now. The Trotters are going to be post-parading here shortly. Again, it's the start of an early pick 4, $7,500 guaranteed pool to chase after here. Race number 2, here come your trotters. Then these ones starting an early pick 4 in London. Number 1, Top of the Bar. Added a screen this evening, going open bridle with the screen. Top of the Bar for George Kitros. Sharing ownership with Mario Hebert. George does the training and driving. Number 2, Show Me the Magic. It's going to be third time for trainer-driver Natasha Day. This one owned by Doug Millard. What Can I Say is 3, Lauren House for Ashley Bako. The trainer's Lori Bako. Les Egere Doriani, along with Sylvain Deschenaux, share the ownership for 4. Catch Canna, Jacques Dupont training. Jason Ryan stays on. Heavy fave in number 5, Neriatak Perfetto. This one for Tony Vasile. Dean Nixon conditioned and Scott Coulter driven. Angie and Richard Carroll on the ownership line for 6, Hot Fudge Sunday with Richard training. Alfie Carroll's up. Outside chance for number 7, Sheena Soldier. It's Tyler Moore driving for Gary Green and Tim Cherwayko. Tim trains. And at the end, number 8, Super T for the trailing spot for the Yakes. John and Chris. John training. Colin Kelly will do the driving. Those are your 8 trotters then for race number 2, this Exactor Tri Super, and the start of the popular Pick 4 play. And all the early money is on number 5. Neriatak Perfetto keeps on coming to 3 to 5, and could go lower in here. It appears to be an easy spot for Neriatak Perfetto. Scott Calderon for trainer Dean Nixon. 3 to 5. I don't know if he could hold it 3 to 5. It's still a pretty good price on him, I think, Robert.
Yeah, I think that's got to be kind of where he lands here. I mean, he's a classy veteran. Looks good on the track right now, and oddly enough, Sugar, that's that 56 and 1 mile when he won by more than 12 lengths of preferred, almost a year to the day. It was November 19th of 2021. Wow. So it'd be kind of fitting if he went out there and won. Almost a year later. Now, he did have other starts at the Raceway last season. He was a winner, this season, I should say. He won in January. Mm-hmm. So since that effort, he won in January here, and then has had some starts after that, too. But, racing well, getting pieces, hitting the ticket, preferred ranks, stuff like that. I didn't even realize this, too. I looked back, on track and saw that he actually won an OSS Gold here back in 2014.
Wow. Now, that is going back some. So he's very familiar with here, and he's done some pretty good things. That 156 1 mile, 156 and 1 mile, just a tick off our track record shared by Braun Seelster, who got there in 2008 for William Rankin, and Platoon Seelster did it for a Holiday in 2016, a 156 flat. So that's the age trotting mark for the Geldings. I don't think he gets that kind of speed tonight with the wintry type weather, of course. If he could do sub 2-minute speed here, I think it's good enough to win it.
Yeah, I think so, too. The thing about him, too, is he's such a versatile type, right?
Right.
I mean, he's a horse that can beat you with speed. He can beat you first over. He can beat you from off the pace. I'm hoping, though, we see him go forward off the gate, or at least get in position to make that middle of the race move that we saw him make, on that occasion when he did beat them by a wide margin.
Go back to the opener for a sec. Sweetest Hustle, she was making a big move there. Maybe it's going to be a factor tonight that the front end speed is going to hold. We've seen that a lot of times, especially when the weather gets off a little bit. We haven't seen it play a factor in the track condition right yet, but the wind is supposed to become a factor, and that could certainly play a role in trips tonight in London.
Yeah, or it could just be she likes finishing second, like we said.
Oh,
right?
the bridesmaid role,
I saw her coming up off that perfect trip, and I said, okay, now we find out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Off a trip like this, we find out, does she want to go buy a horse?
Right.
And you said it, a bridesmaid so many times, and she just didn't want to do it. I mean, every chance to go by. and couldn't get there.
There was a horse out there in Alberta years ago, and I remember the name because it happened to this horse so many times, finishing second and third, and the horse's name was Early Winner, and he got campaigned at the end of it there with Ron Graham did a lot of driving, but I believe it was a Tracy. The Tracy family used to race this horse, and Early Winner, after finishing second and third so many times, just would not go by the last horse. I mean, becoming with some big speed down the stretch and just wouldn't push on by to win a race. And when a horse gets a tendency to not want to go by that last one, it could play a factor as the racing careers go on, right? And had another one. This is going back decades now. Summerside, Prince Edward Island. When I first began going to the races, there was a horse by the name of Star's Memory, and he had one eye, and he was missing the inside eye, and he was another horse that would finish second and third, and I approached the trainer, and and I approached the trainer. Why can't this horse win? And he said, well, he's just got that one eye on the outside, and he just can't see that last one to pass.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had one too by the name of Fast Count, one that I claimed.
Yeah.
I think we went for like 50 and change.
Oh wow, hey.
And yeah, that was a long time between drinks with that one. But hey, you know what? A horse that picked up a lot of checks, finished second and third a lot. So, you know, as it turned out, wasn't so bad after all.
If they can pay their way, right? That's a big part of it.
Absolutely.
Here we go with the Trotters in race number 2. It's 4-5, still on number 5, Oneritak Perfetto, and still a second choice in here, number 4, Catch Canna. It's time to go forward here with race number 2. In behind, top of the bar, Show Me the Magic, What Can I Say, Catch Canna, Oneritak Perfetto, Hot Fudge Sunday, Sheena Soldier, Super T is in the back tier spot. There is 16th out. Here they come. And away they go, and first off the car, that is Catch Canna for Ryan towards the inside. What can I say, Mr. Handsome with the 2-hole ride this evening, trotting from third. Sheena Soldier found a good spot here in the early going at 35-1. Trotting from fourth, top of the bar, fifth best away for Show Me the Magic. Next in line, sixth, the heavy favorite at 1-5. Oneritak Perfetto would have to come from 6 and make up about 10 lengths to win this race. Next to last was Super T, the earliest trailer, Hot Fudge Sunday. 29 seconds flat here. The opening quarter mile for 7-2 choice. Catch Canna. Second choice on the lead, and at 1-5, Oneritak Perfetto, a decision to make here in the early going, as being directed to the outside now by Coulter, but will have some traffic here possibly as they approach the half mile. And on the lead, Catch Canna now quickly. Sheena Soldier is trotting up quickly to engage this leader. 59-4 halftime. Sheena Soldier against Catch Canna. These two with a third quarter beatdown coming up. Trying to stay with them there in third. What can I say? Out there in fourth. Top of the bar. Mired in traffic thus far. Oneritak Perfetto's been out 3 deep prior to the half mile. He's under urging now as they race on down the backstretch. Sheena Soldier, 35-1. Bomber took control. Catch Canna could not go with. It's still top of the bar. Keeping on coming there is just taken over second. Oneritak Perfetto is moving into third. Still about 2 lengths to make up, but he's finding a better gear now. After 3 quarters, it was 129-2. It's the long shot bomb. Sheena Soldier. Here's top of the bar, and here comes Oneritak Perfetto on the grandstand side, top of the bar, holding Oneritak Perfetto in the final strides, getting there to bail out the 1-5 backers. Top of the bar, hangs on for second. It was close for third. Sheena Soldier was trying to hold against Show Me the Magic at 2 minutes 4/5. Oneritak Perfetto gets the job done here. It wasn't pretty, but he gets there in 2 minutes 4/5. Unofficial winner, number 5, Oneritak Perfetto, just up in time over the one top of the bar. Finishing third, number 7, Sheena Soldier. And then it was the 2, Show Me the Magic. 5-1, 7-2. It's unofficial. Back for a winner's circle photo, number 5, Oneriatak Perfetto, a 11-year-old son of Dewey Cheatham and Howe. Out of Aiken for Clay by Conway Hall. This one for Tony Basile, D. Nixon condition. Scott Coulter driven to win. It's a mile this evening in 2 minutes 4/5. Our Oneriatak Perfetto 33rd career victory. It's 5 on the season as he scores as a heavy favorite here, 1-5. And yeah, just getting there in the final strides. $240 to win on our Oneriatak Perfetto. The daily double coming back at $940. Exactor $16.30, try $56.60. The super for a buck $362.75. The 20 center worth $72.55. Top of the bar was second. Show Me the Magic for What Can I Say was 8. Catch Can at 7th. Oneriatak Perfetto a winner. Hot Fudge Sunday 5th. Sheena Soldier 3rd. Super T was 6. 29, 59 and 4. 129 and 2. The mile was 2 minutes 4/5. So Oneriatak Perfetto from the top at 248715336. Race 3 is next. Third race up and coming. Scratch the 4, Iconic Seoster. Scratch the 7, Village Juror. Number 9 will not be moving in. Remove 4, 7, and 9 in the 4th race. Best bet selection here for Robert Reed Jr. He's all over the 3. Bay Breeze to keep the good times rolling here. It'll be for 3 in a row should that one get the job done. Bay Breeze at a post 3. Again, Robert Reed Jr.'s best bet selection tonight. 9 minutes wagering time, the upcoming 4th. I'm on the wrong race. You know, I'm playing with an old program here that I had to print off, and it's kind of messing with me. But anyway, here we go. Third race up next. Exactor Try Super. This one starting at pick 3. Before we get to that 4th race with the scratches of 4 and 7, the 9 will not be starting. Again, the 3rd race up and coming. No changes here. 9 minutes to post time. All right, we've got some live money on display here following race number 2. $3,153 live and in play from the $23,000 plus pick 5 pool. Best of luck the rest of the way. If you were on the 2 and 5 for the first couple of legs, the pick 4. And yes, still plenty of money left after the 1 to 5 chalk. How Neriatak Perfetto gets there. Just shy of $10,000 live, about 2/3 of the pool, just shy of $15,000 played into the early pick 4 this evening. Best of luck the rest of the way. We've got a post parade coming up for race number 3 in about 3 minutes' time. Yeah, the Pacers now on parade for the third race. Fillies and Mares, non-winners, 5,000 life. Number one, it's the Maiden. Steady as we go. Garrett Rooney driving for Britt Kennedy and Money Clip Racing. Britt trains. Number two, this is She Got Rhythm. Dan Clements for Dwayne Soulier. The trainers, Bruce Goit. Matthews Rita, number three. Paul McKenzie Pottits for Rebecca Williamson. Trainer is Lori LePage. Flamin' Terror 4. Jason Ryan on board for Abram Zook. The trainer Kyle Bossens. Brad Wilson owning. Dwayne May training. 5. Rose Ricky. Scott Ray. Number 6, it'll be Yoda Queen, Jamie Doig, owning, training, and driving. Outside chance for the 7, Sunshine and Rain, Tyler Borth for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Dean trains. And to complete this one, number 8, Warwick Excess, Andy Moore, Pottits for Brad Wilson and Burt Moore. Burt Moore does the training, that is. So 8-horse field. On the pace for race number 3, the Exactor, Try, Superfecta. This one starting up the pick 3 play. There was a ton of action, early action on the one Steady as we go, and is now a co-fave with the 2 She Got Rhythm. Getting a look now at this 2-year-old daughter of All Bets Off. She had a couple of starts under her belt now. She came from well off the pace, 2 back. To just miss finishing 3rd, and then last time out, beat and fave, just a little bit green maybe coming through the stretch and towards the finish, but just missing again by a head. Definitely a consideration here in race number 3 with that rail advantage. Garrett Rooney on for trainer Britt Kennedy, and top selection for many in here, myself included. Robert Reed Jr.'s got this one pegged as a winner as well. Let's talk up Steady as we go. And, you know, she's a real nice filly. I caught her qualifier weeks ago, and, you know, she's been brought along nicely. And it appeared she was going to win last time out, but as mentioned, I thought she got a little bit green coming through the stretch.
Yeah, she did. And she also got beat by a good one, right? Ethel, who is... You know, makes her look like a pony, really. I mean,
the big filly, yes.
Nice but Ethel's just a massive filly who's come back to win, not just win, you know, broke stride in that race and ended up still just crushing them from well off. And I just think that, you know, it's a great form reference for Steady as we go. I mean, both of her defeats, she kind of had excuses in each of them. She raced really well on both of them, but now maybe this is put up her shut up time, right? Rail to work from again. And nice setup here. Now, I think she does have to go up against a pretty nice horse, and She Got Rhythm. But for me, Sugar, I saw this race as just being those two, and nothing, you know, too sexy about it, though. Even money on 3-2 right now on the board.
I like the look of her this evening too. You know, she's looking around. She knows where she's at, but she appears to be on the bit a little more this evening. Maybe a little bit sharper tonight for Garrett Rooney. I just love the look of her.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you know we've kind of liked you know how she looked at the track in other efforts too. But you're right, she's got a little bit of a swagger to her. It looks like she's on the bits and that experience, right? I mean, listen, she's still just a 2-year-old with 2 career starts under her belt. The first one, she came from a different time zone, really paced home in 28 and 4. Last time, it was a tougher trip than it might appear on paper, really, right? She came out first over, was hung out there for a bit, stayed on the outside. Forged to the lead in the stretch and just got beat by one that I think was kind of doing 2 strides to her one on the end of the mile. So I like Steady as we go here. Even money, again, I think that's probably the price you're going to get on her. But this should be a graduation day.
Right on. Number 2 we're looking at now is She Got Rhythm. Clements on board for Goit. A strong combo in recent weeks here in London.
Yeah, definitely a combo you got to take notice of. I mean, love the the resurgence of Dan Clements, right? I mean, what incredible numbers he's been posting, and Bruce Goit. I mean, look at his numbers on the year. We got a couple of guys both batting over 360, individually, and together doing good things. She Got Rhythm last time was a lights out winner. I think that's against overall softer company in the sense that you're not facing one like Steady as we go. But she's got to be pretty confident coming into that. And she's done what Steady As We Go has not done yet, which is find the winner's circle.
Right on. A few more to think about. Maybe the 4, Flame and Terror. The 3, Matthews Rita. Here's 4, Flame and Terror. Jason Ryan on board for Kyle Bossin's second best finisher there last time out. The price, 8-1.
Yeah, one that I jumped on 3 starts ago, led by a wide margin, much of the mile, ended up finishing second. Last time, a decent second place finish, but really couldn't stay when she got rhythm right. So I couldn't put her ahead of that rival or Steady As We Go for that matter, but definitely one you've got to think about underneath.
Right on. Final thoughts on race number 3. This Matthews Rita made a huge move in the middle half. Went from 6th by 12 at the quarter. It was on top at 3 quarters in 129. Just huge middle half, just a little weak on the end of it. She could find her way in this.
Like the way she looks in the track, and also 2 trailing posts in her last 3. Nose on gate tonight.
Right on. Here we go then. It's a race number 3. Moving in behind, Steady As We Go. Then she got rhythm. Matthews Rita. Flame and Terror, Rose Ricky, Yoda Queen, Sunshine and Rain for 7 across. 1 late being Warwee Excess into the stretch. It appears it'll be a gapped up beginning for the 8. Here they come. Off and pacing. Rose Ricky gets pointed here by Ray along the inside. Steady As We Go. Out nicely. Steady As We Go for Rooney has come on through. Leaving out a Rose Ricky as they go through the turn as she got rhythm, plugged in there in 3rd, 4th best away and tugging hard on Mackenzie. That is Matthews Rita as they battle towards the quarter mile. Up front, taking control, Rose Ricky. Going on hold, very tight lines there for a very sharp Steady As We Go, and she's got to go. 28-4 was the opening quarter mile speed, and the all bets off daughter is going back to the top here. Steady As We Go, released at 4-5, grabs control once again. A second best is Rose Ricky, chased up out of 3rd. She got rhythm, looking to the outside in 4th. Mackenzie has a very strong, headstrong Matthews Rita. She's out and rolling, and will be challenging the favorite on this half-mile approach. Steady As We Go, up atop. Here's Matthews Rita now showing up on the outside to be 2nd, 3rd and in. Rose Ricky switching outside to be 4th. She got rhythm, gapped along the inside in the 5th. Flame and Terror with them in 6th. Sunshine and Rain, the gapping back markers are Yoda Queen and Warwee Excess, straightening for the backside run. 2nd and final time. Steady As We Go is still there, out there, traveling in 2nd. Matthews Rita, though she gets on the line a bit here. Inside, traveling a 3rd is Rose Ricky, and with them in 4th, she got rhythm off the back end. Sunshine and Rain, and Borth appears to have some pace after 3 quarters. 129-4, stepping away. Steady As We Go, on for the deuce now. 35-1 Bombers. Sunshine and Rain racing out of 3rd. Rose Ricky through the stretch into the mile. Steady As We Go. Here she is. She looked fantastic on parade, and just like a princess in a brand new dress. Shieldbreaker Maiden under wraps. Second best, it got tight. The Sunshine and Rain against Rose Ricky, and rounding at the superfecta, she got rhythm. Steady As We Go there this evening in 2 minutes, 3/5. It's the 1, Steady As We Go on top of 7, Sunshine and Rain. Then the 5, Rose Ricky, and 2, she got rhythm. 1, 7, 5, and 2. It's unofficial. Here comes Steady As We Go, back for her first career winner's circle photo. 2-year-old daughter of All Bets Off at a Flight of an Angel by Mach 3. Owned and bred by Britt Kennedy and Money Clip Racing with Britt Training. Garrett Rooney was on board for this maiden victory. Her third career start is the winning one. She's been first, second, and third in all 3 outings here in London. Congratulations, Steady As We Go. A winner tonight in 2 minutes, 3/5. Going official here, Steady As We Go, 360, the exactor, 111.80. That dollar try, 228.70. The super for a buck, 613.15. The 20 centers worth 122.63. Steady As We Go, a winner. She got Rhythm 4th, Matthews Rita 8th, Flamin' Terror 7th, Rose Ricky 3rd, Yoda Queen was 5th, Sunshine and Rain 2nd. Then we had Warwick Excess finishing 6th, 28-4, 59-3, 129-4. The mile of 2 minutes, 3/5. Steady As We Go breaks her maiden. From the top, a 148.73, 526. 4th, up and coming. Scratch the 4, Iconic Sealster. Scratch the 7, Village Juror. The 9 will not be moving in. The Robert Reed Jr. Best Bet selection. It is next in race number 4, being number 3, Bay Breeze. Here's your live money update for the pick five, down to $1,296 now. Live and in play from the $23,000 plus pool. And we'll be updating the pick four money as well. 14,832 in the pool, and going forward, 4207. And of course, news came out yesterday that we'll be happy to host the third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots, and happy to report to Kelly McNiven back on board with the event again this season. We're told the donation boxes will be in place this coming weekend around Woodbine Mohawk Park and the race office and paddock, and Wilson's Tack. Wilson's Tax also getting involved with donation boxes on display. Emma Christoforou, Joanne Colville will be looking after donations as well down around Mohawk and Flamborough, and here in London as well. We'll have some boxes set up for the donations. Looking for new unwrapped toys in support of this event. And, of course, the e-transfers, I'm told, Kelly McNiven mentioned last year that the e-transfers worked out well, with all monies received going towards purchasing brand new toys. So that'll be in place again this season. The driver lineup, great to see. We've got our hometown crowd. Tyler Borth, Scott Ray, as well as Travis Henry, Brett McDonald, Colin Kelly, OLG. Ontario Women's Driving Champion Natasha Day will be in play as well. Popular figure around Woodbine Mohawk Park, Scott Young, the answer. And, of course, James McDonald is joining the lineup as well. Great looking event. And, again, happy to host it here in London. It's the third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots, coming up on Sunday, December 18th. It's the matinee, 2 p.m. start time. Now your field on Post Parade here for race number 4. The Exacta Tri Super Daily Double kicks off. Number 1, Doc's Paparazzi. This one for Dr. Andrew Roberts, trained by Blair Burgess. Tyler Bohr stays on. Treasured Lou from Post 2, Andy Moore for Richard Griffiths and John Dixon. Richard trains. Race fave, heaviest of faves here. Number 3, Bay Breeze, with the ownership line of Gabriel Saint-Onge, as well as Jean-Luc Berube. Rafael Barassa training. It's Colin Kelly aboard. 4 was scratched. The 5, lifeguard Jason Ryan for Leanne Davidson and Bruce Hayes. Daryl Laver conditions. 6, it'll be Ink Slinger. This one for Don and Heather McGregor, along with Peter Core, with Peter training. Garrett Rooney. 7 was scratched. The 8 is Bryant Sealster for owner-trainer John Kennedy. Tyler Moore will be doing the driving. A 6-horse field on the pace for this Exacta Tri Super, and a daily double kicks off here. Alrighty, 4th race, round of the 4th race, and now we're on to the best bet selection for yourself for Robert Bay Breeze. And how are we looking?
Well, it looks good out there, Sugar. But 1 to 2, I mean, best bet designation. I would say multi-leg single now, right? I wasn't expecting, 1 to 9 throughout the wagering. Now coming up to 1 to 2, because I thought the perception might be, well, this is, maybe not a lateral or drop down in class, but I guess everyone's kind of on board with that, because it's like we discussed earlier, right? Non-winners of 5,000 life, back-to-back winners there. If this was a straight non-winners of 10,000 life, I think we'd still be all in on the 3 Bay Breeze off those 2 efforts. So with the added element of racing in a condition claimer this time around, I think it just makes them all that much more stronger. So 1 to 2. I've seen nothing in his last 2 to think he's going to slow down in here. Rafael Barassa having an incredible season, batting .622. I think that this horse goes out there and just does his thing again tonight.
That is a heck of a season for the trainer, Rafael Barassa. You just mentioned it there. He's 19 wins from 40 starters this season, and a big turnaround for Bay Breeze since joining up with the Barassa barn.
Yeah, definitely. Bay Breeze is, that first effort was a good one. Liberty Royal is a horse I'm actually quite fond of. And then the next 2, just dominating victories. And, the thing I've noticed about that barn is that they do kind of manage their horses aggressively. They jam horses back into claiming races. They put them where they can do, right? And that's one of the things that, coming up in the sport, from the owning side, the best advice you ever get from anyone is make sure you put them where they can do, right? Because sometimes the tendency is let's try to keep a horse, longer and put them above their head. And the key to this sport really, I think, is just making sure that your horses are classified properly.
I guess that's the term here that we're looking at. This horse is being jammed tonight as we go inside of 2 minutes for race number 4. Number 3, Bay Breeze continues to be a favorite. There is some solid action on number 1, Doc's Paparazzi. Tyler Borth, big second best finish with the Sunshine and Rain there in race number 3 behind the heavy favorite. 35-1 bomber. Sunshine and Rain came from off the pace, closed up well. Tyler gets a shot here with 1, Doc's Paparazzi. Expect it to be 2-hole riding here likely.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, Doc's Paparazzi's one that, knocking at the door as of late, a couple of seconds, second to Micron last time. And I think that in that one, too, if you remember, kind of got shuffled a bit, right? And then kind of came on late after that rival got away from them. So I think that he's definitely the main danger to Bay Breeze. I just couldn't go against that one with how, confident that he should be coming into this. But Doc's Paparazzi, one that certainly fits well at this level, and not too long ago was racing in all winners of 1 at Mohawk Park, which is even significantly tougher than where Bay Breeze is coming from. The difference is Babe Ruth has been winning, right? Whereas this one was kind of just an also ran on those races.
Exactly. We're now seconds away here from race number 4. We get scratched down to a field of 6. Who's third best in here?
You know what? It's that's the big question, isn't it? You know, for me, I looked at the race and I thought it was a 2-horse affair between the 3 and the 1, and then maybe the 4 Iconic Sealster was the one I was going to go to. He's scratched now, so it's got to be Treasured Lou for me, and that's really the way it plays out on the odds board, right? I mean, 11-1 on this horse with 2 4 to 5 shots means that price is just completely inflated. He's more like a 5-2 shot, really, maybe even less than the exotic. So I thought Treasure Lou is one that's been kind of racing, knocking at the door on the cusp of doing good things, but I don't think he's in the same league as those other two.
Right on. Starting gate, going into position for race number 4. The favorite continues to be number 3, Babe Ruth, trying to keep the good times rolling here for 3 in a row, and there is that 6-5 action for number 1, Doc's Paparazzi. So here we go with the 4th in London. Doc's Paparazzi in the rail, then Treasured Lou, Babe Ruth, Lifeguard, Ink Slinger for 5 starters on gate, 1 late being Bryant Sealster. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Here's your 4th race pacers picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Babe Ruth right off the car here for Kelly along the inside. Doc's Paparazzi away for the pocket ride and plugged in from the back tier spot. Bryant Sealster is racing from 3rd, settling in for 4th was Treasured Lou, and looking to settle down into 5th, though headstrong. That is Lifeguard. The trailer is Ink Slinger. They go up to the quarter mile, and Babe Ruth appears to be getting that front end respect here, closing up at 1-2. Pocket riding second, Doc's Paparazzi. The quarter mile speed only 30 seconds flat. It's been real easy thus far here in the early going for Babe Ruth, a 3-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar, trying to get downtown tonight for 3 in a row. Second best, Doc's Paparazzi. Continuing 3rd is Bryant Sealster. And uncovered 4th, Lifeguard is getting underway. That's going to be cover for Ink Slinger, who's underway off the back end. And reminders for Treasured Lou to keep up with them here. The half-timed up in 1 minute and 2/5, and Babe Ruth leads them to the 5/8 unchallenged. Doc's Paparazzi getting a beautiful journey for 4th and 2nd. Bryant Sealster stayed in 3rd. 4th and trying to gain a Lifeguard. Ink Slinger continues to follow that, and a buried 6 for Treasured Lou. Down the back stretch they travel. Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth letting it out a notch here. He's picked up the pace. 2-hole riding. Doc's Paparazzi. Bryant Sealster now getting into gear from a 3rd. And at 17-1, Bryant Sealster going around the pocket sitter. Doc's Paparazzi, though. Doc's Paparazzi finding more to battle back for the deuce after 3 quarters. It was 1:30-1. Babe Ruth stepped out to a 3.5 length lead. Doc's Paparazzi now all alone in 2nd. Bryant Sealster from 3rd through the stretch into this mile. Another easy victory for Babe Ruth. Wins by 4. Doc's Paparazzi was 2nd. Bryant Sealster 3rd, and Ink Slinger rounding at a superfecta 1:59-4. Babe Ruth. Number 3, Babe Ruth on top here of 1, Doc's Paparazzi. Then the 8, Bryant Sealster, 6, Ink Slinger. 3-1-8-6, top 4 unofficial. Here's Babe Reese coming back for 3 in a row in London. Babe Reese, 3-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar, out of Rock and Love by Rock and Roll Evan. This one owned by Gabriel Saint-Ong, along with Jean-Luc Barobet. Rafael Barassa condition, Colin Kelly driven to win. Gate to wire easily in 159 and 4, Babe Reese. Congratulations. Official rundown, Docs Paparazzi was second, Treasured Lou fifth, Babe Reese a winner, the forward scratch, Lifeguard 6, Ink Slinger 4, 7 scratch, Brian Sealster third. 30 flat, a minute 2 fifths, 130 and 1. The mile was 159 and 4. Never in doubt for Babe Reese. A top down 251, scratch 6, 4 scratch 3. $3 to win, exactor $420, dollar try. 25.05, super for $155.60. Race 5 next. Scratch the 5, Rapanahui. Exactor try, the early super high 5 opportunity up next. 10 minutes to post time. Here we go. We go back on the trot for race number 5. It's the early super high five opportunity. And number 1, Willie or Won't He? Well, he just might for Phil McGuire. Trainer Kyle Boston's tonight. Jason Ryan, the driving assignment. Next on parade, the 2, Timeout Houdini. It's Colin Kelly for ECS Racing LLC. Steve Boston's trains. Heavy Duty, number 3, for owner-trainer Natalie Elliott, Ryan DeRoche. In from Woodbine Mohawk Park is the 4, The Desperado, for Dan and Karen McIntyre. The trainers Brent Ballore. It's Tyler Borth hopping in the driver's seat tonight. The 5 was scratched. 6 is Last Shot, Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Britt Kennedy. Outside chance for 7, Field Gunner. It's Travis Henry driving for Blue Shoe Investments, trainer Jordan Sumner. And then for the trailing spot, number 8 is Goaltender for Francois Morin, the trainer Brett Lester, the driver Sam Villiam. Those are your starters. 7 trotters for this exactor, try, and super high five play. Going to be some class relief here for number 4, The Desperado. Tyler Borth hops on board, the Brent Ballore trainee. 4-time winner this season and done most of his racing, if not all, this season at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So you would definitely be more familiar with his racing status right now versus myself. Robert Reed Jr. Let's talk about The Desperado.
Yeah, the Desperado, he's one sugar that's, really a handy horse, has, tactical speed. I think against this group's got to go forward off the gate. Has gotten along really well with Doug McNair throughout his career. Of course, gets a pretty good, driver aboard tonight, our leading teamster, Tyler Borth, and looks pretty sharp on the track right now. This is certainly softer competition overall for him, and his best game is going to the front, and I think we're going to see that from him this evening. Did race a lot here at the Raceway many moons ago, 2018. Had success here, so certainly isn't unfamiliar with the surface.
Right on. The Desperado takes the 4-5 action right now. There is also action on number 1, Willie or Won't He? And I believe you've got that pegged for the deuce. And with that rail advantage, he will be on or near the lead. He's got to be there.
I would think so. Last time, he had post 5, took a lot of support in this class and just couldn't get rolling off the gate, right? They left on the inside of him. He kind of had to take back. He took back to 4th and then just didn't really have all that much. Ended up only getting beat just over 3 lengths, but that's not the name of his game. Rail control tonight. I think he's got to push away and get away forwardly placed. Now, it would be a good spot if he could release one instead of 2 Old Trip. No question about that, because I think he might need that kind of bravening up, especially at this level. Solid winner, 2 back. He has missed a bit of time between starts, right? He's been off for those 3 weeks in between outings, but that might be a good thing for him, right? Sometimes getting a little bit older might need that little break between efforts.
Right on. Another one to consider, maybe the 2, Timeout Houdini. Going to be second time Lasix for Timeout Houdini. Another early speed threat here. Colin Kelly certainly knows his way to the winner's circle. And, second time Lasix, that's an angle for many.
It's a big angle. And last time, no real excuse, right? I mean, he got a pretty soft middle half on the engine, but did give way to one that we thought was, really sharp coming into that effort, J-Port High Class, the other one being Goaltender, who's in this race today. I think that Tyler Houdini has every right, to take a step forward. Second time Lasix, they do say that that's when that medication is most effective. I just thought this, looks pretty deep again, right? I mean, he's got to face the Desperado. He's got Willie or Won't He to his inside, and he's got to go up against Goaltender again, who's going to be trailing out behind them off the gate. So I think that, yes, he can, maybe I'd say he has more of an outside chance to win, but should be right there in the exotics when you have to use in that high 5 wager.
Right on, getting close now, seconds away from race number 5. Any bombs here you can think of for the high five play? I see the 7 and a 3, both sitting at 21-1. They're playable, maybe for the 4th and 5th spots.
Yeah, I would say to those two. I mean, I kind of lean to Heavy Duty. He's a horse that I'm fond of. Last time, was kind of first over for a bit, ended up finishing 4th, and decent enough effort. The horse I thought would be a bigger price, and it was a big number in some of the multi-leg pools, is the 6th Last Shot. I thought that a couple of nice qualifiers there, and I think she can maybe work her way into this race, but she's not the price I thought she'd be. She's only 9-2, which is her morning line. But she was one that I thought that you'd want to use somewhere on the ticket to add some value, but not getting that right now at 9-2. I'm surprised your horse, Sugar, the one that you thought has a big chance, your goaltender, is sitting at 9-1 right now.
Yeah, I like that price. As mentioned, there was traffic involved there last time out. Showed a nice final quarter on the end. I can get behind this 8. Even for the win spot, if things don't happen to work out for the heavy fave, the Desperado. There is still time to fire in late on this early super high five opportunity. The Trotters are lining up. We've got Willie or Won't He, then Timeout Houdini, Heavy Duty, the Desperado, Last Shot, Field Gunner, and in the trailing spot, Goaltender, top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. The Trotters are underway. Timeout Houdini towards the inside. Willie or Won't He. 3 wide path. Briefly was Heavy Duty just floating on out of there to before. The Desperado. It's Goaltender trotting from 5th. On through that opening turn, working hard to grab control. Timeout Houdini, though, taking him. Willie or Won't He? Willie or Won't He? And Timeout Houdini trading blows here in the early going. 7-1 shot. Timeout Houdini sets up shop, though he paid to be on this top end mission. 28 seconds flat. Timeout Houdini, second best. Willie or Won't He? It's a Heavy Duty looking at it from 3rd, tugging hard and 4th on Borth. That is the Desperado. Goaltender spies up the speed from 5th. Trotting 6th is Last Shot, and the earliest trailer, Field Gunner. Down in front of us, they travel. Timeout Houdini being left alone now. Willie or Won't He? Steps it out in 2nd. The uncovered the Desperado gets underway. A perfect toe up for Goaltender. Getting shuffled back here. Heavy Duty. That was making a brief break there. The Desperado, he did jump it off briefly. The Desperado at 1-2. He's hung out there 3 deep now and putting in a few steps as they race on down the backstretch. Second and final time up on the outside. Here comes Heavy Duty to challenge. Timeout Houdini, well spotted out there as Goaltender. 4th and in, Willie or Won't He trying to regroup off the back end, though through Steppy. That is the Desperado rounding the far turn and taking control. This is Heavy Duty. Heavy Duty coming on way up on the outside for Goaltender. Goaltender put in play here at 10-1, and down the stretch they travel. Goaltender. Heavy Duty fights on. Timeout Houdini. Field Gunner to the finish. It's going to be Goaltender. Tight for second. It may have been Heavy Duty. Field Gunner right there with that one, and looked like Timeout Houdini gets a piece of it as well. 2 minutes, 2/5. It's the 8 Goaltender here at 10-1. 8, 3, 7, 2, 6 for the high five. Traffic issues last time out. A bit of traffic this evening, but able to overcome it. Goaltender, the 5-year-old son of Whelan and Dealin out of Octane by Muscle Hill for Francois Morin, the trainer Brett Lester, Sam Fillion. Driving a goaltender to his 12th career win. That's 4 on the season tonight. It's a trip in 2 minutes, 2/5 around London. Congratulations, goaltender, topping a high five. Going official here in race number 5, 22.40 on the nose for goaltender. Exactor, 372.20. That dollar try, 1146.20. The high five, 20 center, 4,705.99. Again, 20-cent high five, 4,700 and change. The pick 3, 1368. Dollar pick 4, 7105. The daily double on the fifth race, 56.30. And then the the pick 5, that is, 20-cent pick 5, it's worth 80.75. Have that rundown for you shortly. Here's that official rundown. Willie Irwoni, 7. Timeout Houdini, 4. Heavy Duty, 2nd. The Desperado, 6th. The 5 had scratched. Last Shot, 5th. A Field Gunner, 3rd. Goaltender was a race winner, 28. 58 and 2. 128 and 4. The mile was 2 minutes, 2/5. Goaltender for the win. Top down, a 7-4-2. 6 scratch, 5-3-1. Race 6 up and coming. 7 minutes out. Exactor tries superfecta as we go back on the pace. Here we go. Starters on parade now for race number 6. Back on the pace after an interesting trotting event in the 5th race high five, right? Number 1, Millennium Sealster. Scott Ray driving for owner-trainer Emma Christoforou. Michelle LeBlanc, the owner-trainer of number 2, St. Lads Cash, coming in from Rideau with Brett McDonald on board. Raiden Raveling, the trainer-driver of 3, Bolt Power. This one owned by Brenda DeRibble and William Brown. Gary MacDonald, owning and training number 4, YSD Light. Tyler Moore. Better's Dream is 5 with Scott Coulter. On board for Kyle Stretch, the trainer Michelle Sherman. Colonel Schneider Jr. owning. Cassidy Schneider training 6, Holly's Treasure, Natasha Day. Outside chance for the 7, Better's Victory, Dan Clements for Sally Charlton, Tom Knight, Dave Dighton and Ryan Clements, Lindsay Kerr training. And a trail out, number 8, Côte d'Azur. It's Karen Olsen Burgess along with Sterling Fisher sharing ownership with Blair Burgess training Tyler Borth to do the driving. 8 pacers then for race 6, this Exactor Tri Superfecta. Here we go then. We got a Rideau shipper here. The pacer, St. Lads Cash, 6-year-old son of Sunfire Blue Chip, a beaten favorite there last time out. It appears to be getting into an easier spot here in race number 6. And back to race 5. Robert, no luck for the favorites, right? A hot early pace took Willie or Won't He steam away. And then little trouble getting around for the Desperado around the half mile.
Yeah, you can see in that opening turn,
yes,
got a little bit steppy, and I said, oh, this could be trouble.
Yeah.
And then they came around again, and he made that brief miscue before kind of losing his action and really getting steppy the rest of the way. You know, you kind of don't know how they're going to take to it. You know, he's been around smaller surfaces in the past without much of a problem, but tonight it just didn't work out. But you know, you kept saying that Goaltender was one you were interested in. Sugar, I never dreamt he'd be 10-1 in there. I mean, he raced really well last time against some nice horses.
Right.
I thought he would take more support than that.
Yeah, I thought, you know, he'd be about a 4 or 5-1 horse in there. So, yeah, the value was there. Pick 4 came back okay for what came in ahead of him. But yeah, that high 5 was the bombs away. We were surprised the ticket was even sold, you know, with the favorites, Willie or Won't He, who's always in the tickets here in London. And, of course, that heavy favorite coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Just one ticket sold on the high 5 with Goaltender on top, and that ticket would have been purchased south of the border. So congratulations to one lucky player taking down the super high 5 pool this evening in London. Let's talk about St. Lads Cash then here. The Rideau shipper, the last time he visited the winner's circle, early October, a trip in 53 around Rideau.
Yeah, it was in the preferred there too, which can sometimes come up a little bit snug. I mean, you can see that one there. Love My Rocking Bird. Major Hill was in there. And raced at that level multiple times. Now, you can see he was kind of a long price horse, you know, in that class. Did only get that one win, some smaller shares, but even last time, finishing 5th and known as a 7,500 last 5, you know, this should be easier company for him. Now, he disappointed as a favorite on that occasion, but I think inside post here tonight at the Raceway, he looks pretty good against this group.
Right on. A little over a minute to play. Race number 6 coming up. A fine-looking group of pacers here. You've got the 4, YS Delight, pegged as a player here at 9-2. I'd love this horse a little more if he was leaving from the rail, but from the center, I'm just not sure where he's going to get a seat in the early going.
Yeah, I'd love to see him blast. You know, he's not that type, though, right? He's one that kind of needs to be even more inside to get to the lead. in 6-1 versus 3-5, no question he's the value, right? And he's a horse that he's beaten much better than these in his best day. I mean, you see a line there against Giddy Up Max. Look what he's done since that start. So a good form reference for YS Delight. You said it best. How does he get into this race? If he can work his way into it, I mean, if he can ever get forwardly placed, I think he's got a great chance in here. And 5-1 is the right number on the board. I mean, to be honest, at these odds, I'd probably flip my pick just on value alone and put him on top.
Okay, I like the 2. I do not mind the 4, but for me, the 1 horse, Millennium Sealster, certainly caught my eye last time. That was a huge trip, 55-4, trying to go all the way, and just got a little short in the end. Any love for Millennium Sealster on the rail?
I do like him. I like him on the ticket, and the price is right. 5-1, 2-1 morning line. You're getting much bigger than that right now, and should be blasting out of there.
Here we go. Millennium Sealster, St. Lads Cash, Bolt Power, YS Delight, then Better's Dream, Holly's Treasure, Better's Victory, Cote de Jour, back tearing it into the stretch. It's 2-5 on the Rito Shipper, St. Lads Cash. Here they come. And there they go, Millennium Sealster, the marching orders again this week, and plugged in from the back tier spot, Cote de Jour. Left out there, heavy favorite, St. Lads Cash will have to be ducking and tucking, and is doing so. Millennium Sealster at 8-1 for Ray on top. Second best, Cote de Jour at a big number, 24-1 in fact. And it's St. Lads Cash to watch from third, about 5 lengths off the lead. Next in line to be fourth was Bolt Power. Fifth best away for Holly's Treasure, then YS Delight. Back markers, Better's Dream and Better's Victory. 27-3. Bullet opening quarter-mile speed courtesy of Millennium Sealster, who's loose up front. Millennium Sealster on top by 3. It's Cote de Jour in second. St. Lads Cash is thinking about it. St. Lads Cash is going to move first up for Brett McDonald, followed on the cover by Bolt Power, staying with them in fifth. Holly's Treasure gapped off. YS Delight trying to go around. That was Better's Dream, and trailing still Better's Victory. 56-3, and it's 3/8 left to go for Millennium Sealster. Millennium Sealster wants to steal one here in London. It's just go as far as and as fast as he can, and they're not keeping up. Millennium Sealster high-lined up to 3/4. Here it is. Hit me. 125-2. Millennium Sealster all by himself here into the final turn. St. Lads Cash fighting on for second against Bolt Power. Inside to be fourth, Holly's Treasure, and up on the wide side, Better's Dream all alone. Millennium Sealster 8-1 on the board, racing like the 2-5 shot in here. He's all alone. Millennium Sealster, Ray on board for Christopher, who wins by a lot. Bolt Power second, St. Lads Cash third, finishing fourth, Holly's Treasure. 154-4, never better. Millennium Sealster. Unofficial winner, number 1, Millennium Sealster, was never challenged. 1, 3, 2, and 6. Unofficial. Here's Scott Ray coming back. Millennium Seals, they're much improved last time out and more improvement tonight. Millennium Seals, they're 6-year-old to get out of Sunshine Beach. Out of Moroccan, my Rock and Roll Hanover. Owned and trained by Emma Christoforou, and of course, a product of Sealster Farms of Lucan. Emma Christoforou owning and training Millennium Sealster to a new lifetime best of 154-4. Scott Ray on board all the way here. Congratulations. $18.90 on the win ticket. Exactor, $130.40. Dollar Try, $123.45. Super for $1, $1,243.15. The 20 center came back at $248.63. Millennium Sealster the winners. St. Led's Cash third. Bolt Power second. YS Delight was 6. Better's Dream 5th. Holly's Treasure 4. Better's Victory 7. Côte d'Azur finished 8. 27-3. 56-3. 125-2. And a mile of 154-4 becomes a new lifetime record for Millennium Sealster, his first victory of 2022. And he does it in a big way here in London. Top down, a 132.65. 478. 7th up and coming. No changes for the opening leg. No significant changes. Opening leg of a late pick 5 starting up. Here's another $5,000 guaranteed pool. Exactor Tries. Superfecta. 11 minutes to post time. Okay, we've got about 8 minutes, 8 minutes wagering time. The upcoming 7th, Exactor Tri Super. This one's starting up the Pick 5 play. And before we get to Robert Reed Jr. to set up these Pick 5 tickets, let's go back to race number 6, Millennium Sealster. What a trip, hey?
Yeah, huge trip. You know, last time went a long way on the lead.
Right.
Got beat by Giddy Up Max. And, you know, Sugar, you're on fire, right? You've identified these horses that are solid prices on the board. I mean, I never dreamt either one of those horses would have been the price they'd be. Goaltender, then Millennium Sealster. I thought both would take more support. I thought Millennium Sealster would be around 3 or 4 to 1.
Yeah.
Goes off at a monstrous number at 8 to 1.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it too. I mean, you've got Scott Ray leaving on the rail where this horse was obviously sent down the road last time out. A big improvement last time out, and even better this evening. So with that rail advantage, you know, morning line favorite too, right? 2 to 1. He goes away at 8 to 1, and the red hot Scott Ray. He drove 3 winners here last night.
Yeah, monstrous number. I said, you know, to Brad A on Twitter, I don't think he could believe the price either. Imagine if that race was part of the multis, right?
Yeah, yeah.
One that we could have really done some damage with.
As we're talking here, that's what I was thinking about. I mean, imagine if this horse would have been involved in the multis either early or late. I mean, the money would have been on St. Led's Cash, I would think, regardless if this horse was a morning line favorite or not. It's just, you know, what's that saying you have? You know, he almost won last week at a big price, so we thought, you know, okay, he might get some heavy action here tonight, but no, he did not. 8 to 1, a juicy 8 to 1, Millennium Sealster, and just you know, 54-4 life record mid-November in London. You don't see that often.
No, you don't. I mean, a monstrous mile, and I mean, one that I know you saw coming. I had him pegged for 3rd, but I should have probably seen it too. I often like when a horse, you know, goes down the road, just gets picked up, comes right back, right? And this time around just probably felt a little better about himself.
Yeah.
And just blew his competition away.
That was the thing about him last week. You know, he was going a big trip on the lead, and when Giddy Up Max came to him, this horse was not done. He still had plenty of fight. You know, he's leading by a length, turning for home. If he would have finished second by 3 or 4, well, you're thinking, okay, he just went all out. But you know what? He was fighting on to the finish. So that's why I kind of liked him for a top 2 this evening. Did I figure he could win? Not quite, but you know what? If you're looking at the board when the gate is moving and you see the heavy action, you got to get behind that one.
Value. Yeah, I mean, the name of the game for longevity, right, is value.
Yeah.
Right, avoiding the suspect something to 5 shots.
Yeah.
And finding ones like Millennium Sealster and Goaltender. Yeah. Right, for that matter. So
yeah,
hopefully there's some more of those in our future tonight.
Well, let's go with this pick 5 ticket. I do have a key player, and I don't see this horse being like a 6 to 5 shot, or else he shouldn't be. In race 8, my key is my best bet selection on tonight's card. The 6 in race number 8, JJ Powerball. For me, he was much better last time out over London, paced his own back half in 57. Austin Sorey's been to the winner's circle once tonight in race number 1. I believe he's got a huge shot to take the 8th, and that is why I'm going to key him up. He is a morning line favorite, 2 to 1. I just don't see him going away at the 9 to 5, 2 to 1 price in there. Not from post number 6. I'm deepest of all in that middle leg, race number 9, and we'll get a look at your ticket now, and you can explain to me what you're going to do with this late pick 5, and maybe you can talk about your thoughts on my best bet, JJ Powerball.
No, I definitely like JJ Powerball. I'm using 3 deep in there. I do think that he's one you've got to give the biggest look to, no question about it. I thought that, Mo Better is kind of interesting, right? Rail Control, Colin Kelly aboard, and even Wilson Wall, right? One getting a lot of class relief. But I do think JJ Powerball is one to give the edge to. I agree. I don't think he should get bet off the board in there, especially on post 6. My biggest concern with him, a horse that has let me down in the past because he does not have that gate speed.
0.
He usually leaves himself a lot of work to do. He'll be dependent on there being some action early, I think, in that race. So in race 9, I think that's a pretty competitive affair as well. I'll give the edge to Doc Houston. Race 10 is going to be my single, Mr. John, right? One that we've kind of been watching get better before our eyes. First start back 2 efforts ago, post 7, blasted out. kind of like a Millennium Sealster, right? Went a long way in that spot, faded a little bit in the stretch, then came right back to win last time. Rail Control, I don't think they beat him this time around. I really don't. He'll be bet off the board most likely in there. Finishing it up with just 2 horses in the finale. I really like Dusty Lane Thunder. I know others were fond of her last time. I jumped off her bandwagon.
Yeah.
She got, kind of wiped out in the early going, and she ended up being a refund and still only got beat 4 lengths. So I like her with her nose back on the gate. Petro Angel, I thought, raced really well in there for the Labor Barn. And if her nose is on the gate, she'd likely be my single, but it's not. She's got to come from the trailing post, so I'm not too keen on that.
Okay, well, I hate to do this to you again, but I'm going to throw another one at you for that final leg. I'm going to give you the 2-horse Stars Above Alleridge. Made a break 2 starts ago, but around that, he's been second best in 3 of his last 4. So for me, I like your ticket, but I would be including that 2 Stars Above Alleridge in that final leg.
You're going to make me spend $21.60.
I am.
It's going to kill me.
I'm doing it.
Get permission to spend more money because, look, it worked out, right?
Yeah.
And the early pick 5, we went busting the first leg. But the early pick 4, I was 2 by 2 and a couple of keys.
Yeah.
You talked me into goaltender. I hope people were listening and not just betting the ticket blind from what was on the board or what I posted.
Right.
Because I said, well, let's add him in there. And it paid fantastic.
It did.
It really did. That pick 4 paid
$70
really
for a
well.
buck, I think. $70 for a buck. Yeah. For what came in front of him. Crazy.
So since you saved me there, I would have went, bust anyways. I'm just going to reinvest, and I'm going to add in your selection in the 11th. I think you've got him third.
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw him in.
Yeah.
Because of your say-so again. And I'm just going to hope you cash me tickets all night.
I just said, I just want to do it to you again. It worked out earlier, and maybe we can get another one with a bit of a price on there in the end. Number 2, Stars Above Alleridge, one to consider. Okay, great catching up on our late pick 5, and we've got a late pick 4 that will begin in race number 8. Next up, I guess we got a post parade. They're getting set to leave the paddock, so we'll have that for you shortly. Here we go. We've got Pacers again here for race number 7. Horses and Geldings, non-winners, 1,500 in their last 3. Number 1, it's Viper. Viper for Christina Lalonde. It's Len Lalonde Jr. training Scott Coulter up. Dan Clements on board number 2, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Much improved post over his latest 2. Sally Charlton owning Lindsay Kerr trains. Dan Clements on 2. The 3, Ace 44 Talon with Brett McDonald. Driving for owner-trainer Becky Geisel. Bet on Brett is 4, Todd and Moore for Kevin Skilton. Trainers Dwayne Spitzig. Limco Inc. owning, it's Vic Buddy. Training 5, Mayhem Like Me, Travis Henry. Then we've got 6, Artistic Pick, Jason Ryan for owner-trainer Kyle Bossens. 7 outside, Fernhill Breeze, Tyler Borth for Rob and Ron Woodburn, Cassidy Schneider trains. And completing the field, number 8, Come On Barney, Scott Ray driving for Diane Sylvester. The trainer is Dwayne May. Those are your starters then. It's 8 pacers for race number 7, Exactor Tri Super. It's the start of Elite Pick 5 in London. Already getting a look at a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. Myself, kind of like the chances too for number 2, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Gets an improved post over his latest 2, and he finds a good spot. Dan Clement's on board for Lindsay Kerr. Mr. Mock Jimmy, it's been a while since he hit the winner's circle in London, but I like this spot for him. You do too.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, the price right now, we were talking about these horses going off at value numbers all night. I can't imagine that he goes off at 5-1. I mean, looks fantastic on the track right now. Look at that score down. Ears are up. Looks pretty good out there. And 2 back raced at this level, was a good 4th, closing into it from well off the pace. You said it, Sugar. Last 2 efforts, difficult post. This time around, draws inside. I think it's the right group for him as well. And I think 5-1's a real nice number. I thought this looked like a pretty, contentious race. And I wanted to be towards the inside of the gates, and I'm more than happy with that number of Mr. Mock Jimmy. When I've been chasing, right, we've both been chasing him, I think, and this looks like the best spot he's landed in a while.
Yeah, I just want to see him race up a bit closer. I want to see him sit 4th or 5th in the early going, and he's able to rough it on the outside when he's feeling good. And we're hoping that he's feeling up to it tonight. Again, it's 5-1, a decent price on number 2, Mr. Mock Jimmy, just trying to find that winning form here in race number 7. Opening leg of Elite Pick 5. Another one to consider, number 1, Viper for Len Lalonde Jr., Scott Coulter. And Len win quite a few races with the old trotter Spicy Victor a few years ago. So here they are teaming up with Viper with a rail advantage.
Yeah, and Viper, it's interesting. I'm looking at my selections here. I'm seeing a lot of horses that don't really have much speed and getting a little bit concerned now that I think about it. But Viper's another one, right? It draws inside, doesn't have an abundance of tactical speed. Will likely be coming from Moffat, probably trip dependent, but has been racing well, knocking at the door in this class, 3rd in his last 2. Got bet down last time to the 2-1 in a race that was won by Chappie's Boy. Overland in each of those efforts. I think that again he looks like he should be more than competitive against this group. To me, the price of 2-1 is a bit of an overbet, though, especially given the way the trip scenario might go again tonight. I think he's got a big chance. Got him on the Pick 5 ticket, but yeah, 2-1 would be a pass for me.
Okay, let's talk about this 5, Mayhem Like Me. You know this horse much better than I do. He does show one trip where he left the gate at the quarter 27-2, but here we are in a half mile. I'm wondering if this horse has any gate speed, or is the lone speed in here Bet on Brett?
Yeah, you know what? I was starting to worry about that. And, Bet on Brett, I thought raced deceptively good last time too, right? We see it 20-1 in the morning that when he got parked out first over a long way.
Yeah.
Last time, Mayhem Like Me is interesting because I've seen him blast off the gate and have speed. I've seen a lot of starts too where he comes from well out of it. Brad A mentioned on Twitter, he said, all these shippers take all kinds of money,
right?
And the home team typically beats them, and he's not wrong. I mean, that's
not wrong tonight.
Played out tonight,
yeah.
And we've seen it in the past as well. So even money, I mean, I'm like, you want to take it? I don't know if I could take it. I've got it on my Pick 5 ticket. I wouldn't bet him to win at that price.
Is this an easier spot for Mayhem Like Me?
It's an easier spot, no question about it. I mean, Rock Me, Roll Me, that'll be sporty. 4-5, they'd all be massive favorites in here. But it's not like he's been, getting nosed out by them, right?
Exactly.
So. For me, I'm happy using multiple horses in my Pick 5 here, and I wouldn't take even money on Mayhem Like Me.
Alrighty, wouldn't take even money on any of them, I don't think. Here we go. Vipers on the rail. Then Mr. Mock Jimmy, Ace 44 Talon, Bet on Brett's from the center. Then Mayhem Like Me, Artistic Pick, Fernhill Breeze. Come on, Barney is in the trailing spot, top of the stretch. Race 7, Pacers pick up speed. It's the opening leg of a late pick 5 in London. It starts now. They're off. Bet on Brett came off the car first, roused up in the early going. Ace 44 Talon Viper along the inside, up between Pacers. Mr. Mock Jimmy 3 deep through that first turn. Mayhem Like Me at 1-5 is parked thus far in the early going. Bet on Brett looking very sharp and stylish in the early going. He is all alone up to the quarter-mile marker. Bet on Brett tugging hard here on Todd and Moore. He's trying to settle him down for the second quarter breather. This leader was at the quarter 28-1. Bet on Brett at 25-1. Ace 44 Talon at a similar 25-1 bomb price. Ace 44 Talon is all alone second. Chased up at a third is Viper. Fourth best, that heavy favorite in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. That is Mayhem Like Me. And traveling in fifth, Mr. Mock Jimmy. Well strung out here. Here's Bet on Brett right out in the center of the track like he owns the place. 57-2 halftime. Bet on Brett. Driving on. Ace 44 Talon continues with the following trip. Out there driving third. There goes Viper. That's cover for Mayhem Like Me. Setting it up third over. Mr. Mock Jimmy trying to get closer at a 6. Come on, Barney. Artistic Pick in the trailer. Fernhill Breeze going up to 3/4. Viper steps out here for Scott Coulter. Viper at 5-1 took control. Mayhem Like Me now on for the deuce. 3/4 up in 1:26-3, and it's Viper, and it's Mayhem Like Me. Mr. Mock Jimmy has come on to grab third, fourth and in for Bet on Brett, fifth and wide Ace 44 Talon, and it's an eighth of a mile left to go, and it's Viper trying to hold off the ship-in threat. That is Mayhem Like Me, and at 1-5 he goes by. Mayhem Like Me gets the win. Viper was second. Mr. Mock Jimmy third. It appeared to be Bet on Brett holding fourth in 1:56 flat. It's the 5, Mayhem Like Me, the shipper. At 1-5 gets the job done over 1 Viper. Then the 2, Mr. Mock Jimmy, and 4, Bet on Brett. 5-1-2-4, unofficial. Back to victory lane. Here comes the 5, Mayhem Like Me. Meeting up with winning caretaker Kayla Hendry. It's a 4-year-old son of Sunshine Beach out of That's Mara by Liz Mara for Limco Inc. of Quebec. It's a Vic Putty trained. And Travis Henry driven to win the trip tonight in 1:56 flat. Mayhem Like Me. Congratulations. Viper was second. Mr. Mock Jimmy third. Ace 44 Talon fifth. Bet on Brett was fourth. The Mayhem Like Me won it. Artistic Pick seventh. Fernhill Breeze 8. Come on, Barney was 6. 28-1. 57-2. 1:26-3. The mile was 1:56 flat for Mayhem Like Me. Top down a 2-3-5 4-1. 7-8-6 240 to win. Exactor came back at 580. Buck Try 640. Buck Super 23-10. Turn the page. Go on to race number 8. It's another field of 8 with no significant changes. Exactor Tri Superfecta, the start of a late pick 4 in London. Here's a $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. My best bet selection on tonight's card. Maybe it should have been goaltender, right? We've gone with JJ Powerball in race number 8 from post 6. My best bet selection on tonight's card. I'll stick to it. Got him keyed to start up this late pick 4 play. Best of luck.
The favorite, Mayhem Like Me, gets home in race number 7 to kick off that late pick 5 wager. And now it's time for the late pick 4 with a guaranteed pool of $5,000. Sugar and I have both mapped out some suggested wagers for you. We'll take a look at those tickets right now for the upcoming late pick 4, starting right here in race number 8. Sugar loves one in this race. The 6 JJ Powerball currently at 2-1. He thinks that price will likely hold now 9-5, but outside post to work from, doesn't have an abundance of speed off the gate. Will likely be trying to come from out of it, like we just saw with one like mayhem like me. So if you're looking for a similar journey with JJ Powerball, singling up on that one and then spreading out. Race 9 going 5 deep, and there is a race that kind of looks like it could be wide open. It is a condition claimer for non-winners of 30,000 lifetime. Some horses are moving up in class in there. Some others are transitioning from open non-winners company to that condition claimer. So it's a good race, likely to spread out in. Then 3x3 to finish it off. He's going to use the 1 Mr. John in race 10. That's going to be my single. Also using the 4 Joe King and the 6 Shadow Warrior. And then finishing it off with the horses that I like. I mean, I was certainly leaning on the 5 Dusty Lane Thunder and the money leg and the 8 Petro Angel, but I'm going to use his top choice in there, the 2 Stars Above Alaraj as well. So that ticket there costs you $9 for a 20-cent ticket. Let's look at mine now in this late pick 4 sequence. Again, guaranteed pool $5,000. 3x3 to start it off for me. I'm going to use the 1 No Better, taking support right now at 9-2. Gets Colin Kelly aboard, has the rail to work from. Looks like a spot that he should be competitive in. I think Wilson Wall's a must-use 7-1 on that one. Not a bad price. JJ Powerball, of course, 9-5 in race 9. 3 deep with the 2, 4, and 7. Giving the edge to the 4 Doc Houston. Should take support from post 4 and nice effort last time to be second to Masked Man. Race 10, I'm all in on the 1 Mr. John. Just thought that he's been progressing so nicely. Race well to be 4th, 2 back, racing off a layoff. Then nice winner last time as the favorite. Does face, maybe a tougher group this time around, but I think should be able to control the race from the pole position. And then in the money leg, I'm really liking Dusty Lane Thunder tonight. I'm back on her bandwagon. Liking Petro Angel as well. Sugars talked me into the 2 Stars Above Alaraj. So I'm going to do the same thing I did earlier. I'm going to say calling an audible, adding that one into the ticket. So as you see on the board there, it's $3.60, but I'm going to add one more in there, the 2 Stars Above Alaraj, and that's going to now cost us $5.40 for a 20-cent ticket in this late pick 4 wager. But you got 2 minutes to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4 sequence. We'll come back after the post for take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
Here we go. Starters on post parade for race number 8, led by the 1, Mo Better. Mo Better for Kerry Howard. Trainer Jeff Graham. Tonight it's Colin Kelly. Catch driving. Mr. Rebelly, number 2. John McQueen, the owner. Cam McQueen trains. Dan Clements up. Mr. Cheeseman, number 3. Lauren House, Pottits for Don Douglas. Trainer Scott McNiven. And then it's Keith Wilson, Dean Wall, sharing ownership on 4. Wilson Wall with Dean training. Totterborth. George Catros. Training and driving number 5. Mercenary for Mary Catros. JJ Powerball 6. Austin Sorey for owner-trainer Rachel Andrew. 7 outside, the Lone Ranger for Don and Heather McGregor. Peter Core trains, Garrett Rooney. And completing the field, number 8 is Cranky's Boy. It's Rick Edwards, the owner-trainer Jason Ryan. Stays on for the drive. 8 pacers for this Exactor Tri Superfecta opening leg of the late pick 4. Getting a look here at number 6. This is my best bet. I'm going to stick to it. JJ Powerball, and I see you've got this one selected to win as well. Robert Reed Jr. The only downfall of this horse, if there is one in here, it's like you said, he doesn't have any gate speed, but he can rough it on the outside. If Austin just wants to float on out of there with him, lay him on the outside and just keep on coming, I think this is a spot where the horse can win doing that.
Yeah, I agree, Sugar. It looks like, it gets down to a level where the hope would be he can kind of just do whatever and still be able to emerge victorious.
Right.
His last victory came here in a preferred 3, right? So,
yep.
I mean, he's a long way down from that and has been racing, fairly well in some tougher classes and then some easier spots at Flamborough as well. And it looks pretty sharp out there, right? It looks like he's got some confidence to him and looks like he's ready for a big effort. So I thought that 2 to 1's probably the threshold on him of a price you'd want to take as a win ticket. But I do agree with you. I don't think he's bet below that in the multi-leg wagers, at least not that late pick 5. So I couldn't go against him here.
Right.
My concern, though, as you know, is just that lack of speed, right? In case someone gets their way on the engine.
He's reliant on the rest of the field in how this race sets up for him. That's when you don't have gate speed and you're on a half-mile track, you're relying on the others to make the luck for you.
Right, exactly. And again, earlier on we saw that on Brett, out there, kind of posting fractions for the closers that come to him.
Right.
And one that does typically come back to his rivals, right? So, the question is, how does this trip pan out for JJ Powerball? Do I think he's the class of the field? Absolutely.
Yeah, you can go back to race 7 and bet on Brett. He did put up that quick half. Now, a horse like JJ Powerball would have loved sitting off the speed in a race like that. I'm sure he probably would have come up and swarmed the field and maybe got the job done there in race number 7. This is an easier spot, though, it appears. JJ Powerball continues to take the action, but like you said, I would not be taking anything below 2 to 1 on this horse. It's just not the best way to look at things here. Less than 2 minutes wagering time for race number 8. Here's Colin Kelly hopping up on number 1, Mo Better. This horse has always done his best when on the lead. With a rail advantage, I think Colin's got to send him.
I think so, too. I think he's got a blast out of there, and he's a horse that, he's been racing against, tougher competition 2 back, not with much of a chance. Last time was in this class, got away 6th off the gate. First time ever Colin's been aboard him tonight. I think he's got to just see what this horse is made of by pushing him off the wings of the gate and trying to get a decent spot in the early going. I think 6 to 1's a fair price on Mo Better. He's a horse that has stepped up in these spots in the past, right? And he's capable of producing that big effort. maybe it comes here tonight. And I certainly would say that 6-1 is not the worst price for a win ticket if that's something someone's interested in. But also in the exotics, I think he's probably going to be some pretty good value.
I agree. Number 4, Wilson Wall, may fly under the radar for many as well. Todderborth on the lines, and likely will have this horse in play at some point, if not right off the bat. He does show a quarter mile in 27-4 here in London from post 4.
Yeah, been facing tougher too, right? I mean, he is a pretty significant drop down in class, and I thought there'd be more support for him. I really did. I thought maybe he'd be about 5-2, and JJ Powerball will be the same price, maybe 2-1 on him. But 9-2 seems like an overlay on Wilson Wall. Dropping down in class, more than capable of getting the W at this level and having a good season. Right, 14 out of 34 in the top 3.
Here's a scenario. This could line up 4-1-1-4, and if they got a cheap half in here and the 6 was sitting way back, it could be nothing but 1-4-4-1 in this.
It could be, and I mean, I'd be okay with that. I used 1-4-6, and
right, and I'm stuck on my key with Austin and number 6 JJ Powerball. Here we go then. Mo Better, Mr. Rebelly, Mr. Cheeseman, Wilson Wall, then Mercenary, JJ Powerball, the Lone Ranger, Cranky's Boy, trails out into the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Wilson Wall is going to leave. Wilson Wall for the top. Mo Better will sit second. There it is, 4-1. Into the opening turn they travel. Mr. Rebelly backed off into third, fourth best away for Cranky's Boy. Then in fifth, Mr. Cheeseman. Sixth is Mercenary. Seventh, JJ Powerball, and at least a dozen lengths off the lead. And the Lone Ranger is trailing. They got single file quite early in this one. Wilson Wall fronting at the quarter mile. It was 28 seconds flat. He closed up as a 2-1 second choice. Wilson Wall in command. Mo Better for the trip. It's Mr. Rebelly watching from third. Fourth is Cranky's Boy looking at it from fifth. Mr. Cheeseman, JJ Powerball, is getting underway from seventh. He's now moved into sixth, and he will get some cover on the outside as the flow develops. It's going to be Wilson Wall getting them over the half mile in 57-3, and he's got company showing up. Mr. Rebelly knocking on the door here now. It's Mo Better tripping out in third, fourth and in for Mr. Cheeseman, battling on fifth. There goes Cranky's Boy. JJ Powerball is sixth and still about 7 lengths off the lead, but he's going to go widest of all down the backstretch. Second and final time. Wilson Wall still there. Mr. Rebelly is right on his wheel in second. Mo Better has been tripping out there in third, fourth and in. Mr. Cheeseman, JJ Powerball, we're still waiting on him. 126-1 for 3/4. Wilson Wall doing it and doing it well. Mo Better is back on for the deuce, stalling third. Mr. Rebelly saving ground. Mr. Cheeseman, and for JJ Powerball, it's just not gonna happen. Wilson Wall and Mo Better. Wilson Wall on top. Mo Better second. JJ Powerball appeared to get third over Mr. Cheeseman. It was 156 flat. Wilson Wall downtown in London. So it's the 4, Wilson Wall, over the 1, Mo Better, and it's actually the dead heat for third between 3, Mr. Cheeseman, and 6, JJ Powerball. 4-1, the front 2, and dead heating for third, 3 and 6, so it's going to be a a pair of tries, and a pair of superfecta payouts. So 4-1, and the 3 and 6 dead heating for third. Todd Aborth is back with Wilson Wall. Wilson Wall, a 6-year-old bay stallion by Sunshine Beach out of So Remy by Ram Baron for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Dino trains. Todd Aborth on board for the victory in 156 flat. That's a solid winning effort tonight. Gate to wire for Wilson Wall. Congratulations. Going official here in race 8. Mo Better was second. Mr. Rebel fifth. Mr. Cheeseman was third in the dead heat. Wilson Wall, the winner. Mercenary 7. JJ Powerball, third in the dead heat. The Lone Ranger was 8. Cranky's Boy finished 6. 28, 57, and 3. 126 and 1. The mile was 156 flat for Wilson Wall. Top down at 2, 5, 3 dead heat. 1, 7, 3 dead heat. 8 and 6. $6.90 to win. That exacta came back at $25.80. Dollar try with the 3 for third, $42.65. With the 6 for third, $21.25. There were a pair of superfecta payouts as well. A 9th race up and coming. 3 more to go. We've got a pick 3 starting up here in race number 9. Pick 3, exactor, try, superfecta. 9th goes postward in 11 minutes. Coming on the post parade now. It's the 9th race, race number 9, led by the 1. It's He's Touring. He's Touring. Mike Horner training and driving for RAW Equine Inc. Mark Horner is sharing ownership. Number 2, Squadron Sealster, Dan Clements on board for Lindsay Kerr and Derek Romano, along with Dave Dighton and Robert Sims Jr. Lindsay does the training. Brad Vanstone owning and training. Number 3, Poplar Luke, Garrett Rooney. Number 4, Doc Houston, Scott Ray, Pottits for John Gold, and Jack Ray with Jack Training. Tom Bain, Vince Lombardi, Chris Manana share the ownership on 5. Spare Time Sir with Tom Training. Tyler Borth in the sulky. Randy Henry owning and training. Number 6, Just Call Me Pete, Scott Coulter. Gascoigne Sunday, number 7, Austin Sorey for Murray Graham MacDonald, Rachel Andrew Conditions. And then the 8, Words Escape Me. Lauren House on board for Scott McDivitt, Tom Broadhurst, Don Douglas, and Shirley Griffin. Scott does the training. 8 pacers for this 9th race, Exacta Tri Super. It starts a pick 3 play here in London. Ready, top selection here for Robert Reed Jr., number 4, Doc Houston. You're going to the hot hands. Hey, Scott Ray's had a pretty good run between last night and into tonight.
Yeah, Razor's been doing really well, and this looks like a horse is ready to pop, right? You see those 3 consecutive runner-up finishes last time. Masked Man was just too much pony for them, right? Mm-hmm. And this time around now, I think that he meets a field that he should be able to get the better of. He gets a good post to work from, and I think that 3-2 might be a bit of an overbet right now. But I just thought that if you were going to get behind one to emerge victorious in here, this was the one that you'd want to be on.
Doc Houston likely to be forwardly placed and possibly sitting on a win. Here's another one. We mentioned it earlier about a filly, and here's another one. 8 times runner-up from 22 outings this season.
It's true. I mean, it's one of those things where you don't want to get too lost in those type of trends, but they seem to play out right before your eyes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Sweetest Hustle was one that I know both. We were talking about it, Sugar, but we both needed her desperately for our pick 5s.
Yeah.
And she just wouldn't go by, and afterward just say, wow, it's right there in front of our eyes, but we ignore it. Maybe it's the same for Doc Houston, right? 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, and like you said, 8 of 22 this season in the number 2 spot. So hopefully he can get back to the winner's circle tonight.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Back in race number 8, kind of overthought things a little bit. I guess I got too heavy on JJ Powerball because the last thing I mentioned was it could set up 1-4-4-1, and sure enough, right? Sure enough, always.
You know what though? That's what it's about though, right? When we're on the live broadcast, kind of handicapping, throwing ideas off each other. You end up with, wait a second, this race might just line up 4-1 and end that way.
It was the last thought I had, and it just went like we just drew it up like that, right? It was just something. Anyway, we'll go back to Austin here with 7 Gascoigne Sunday, and this horse was much better, in my opinion, last time out. He was outside for a long ways in there, and he still fought on for that show dough at 19-1. The price 7-2, I don't know. I was kind of hoping 5 or 6-1 on this, especially from that outside post. I know this horse is capable of some gate speed, and I kind of like the way he looks in the rigging right now. But just like I said, not a fan of the price.
Yeah, 3-1's too short for me, and the poor horse just can't draw a post, right?
Right.
I mean, he's been 6,
not
7,
since he came here.
7.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, it's just one of those unfortunate things where we know there's ability there.
Yeah.
But you like to see a better post to work from. Now, racing back on that regular schedule, maybe that's gonna help him come up with a better effort. I agree. Last time was a much improved outing. 3-1's just too short for me. I've got him on the multi-leg tickets. I think he's a much bigger price.
Yeah.
In that pick 5 and pick 4.
Yeah, I agree on that. One horse that did surprise me last time out, I know you like the 2 for third, but I'm going to touch on 3, Poplar Luke. I have never seen that horse circle and pass horses like he did last time out. Poplar Luke may have been turning a corner here, and here's a look at him. Another one, I was thinking you might get 8 or 10 to 1 on him, and for me, 6 to 1, I don't know.
I'd say it's right on the cusp. I've got him pegged for 4th.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I thought last time, he moved wide around the turn.
Yeah.
Much improved effort. If he builds on it, who knows?
Right on. Here we go then. He's touring on the rail in Squadron Sealster, Poplar Luke, Doc Houston, a Spare Time Surg, Just Call Me Peak, Gascoigne Sunday, Words Escape Me is behind the field here in the trailing spot. They're picking up speed. Here they come. 9th race. Rough in the center, Doc Houston. And for the outside gate, Gascoigne Sunday put in play by Sori towards the inside. Squadron Sealster on through the opening turn. It's going to be Gascoigne Sunday, and he did go away at a juicy 5 to 1, and now he's in control. Gascoigne Sunday here is on top by 2. Doc Houston for a 2-hole ride. It's Squadron Sealster from 3rd, all alone traveling 4th. Poplar Luke. And then next in line to be 5th was Spare Time Surg, a gap of 2 or 3 to Just Call Me Pete in 6. Words Escape Me has one beaten in the early going. The rail starter, he's touring, had a slow beginning. 28 and 3 for the quarter mile. Gascoigne Sunday tugging hard here on Sori. It's Doc Houston in 2nd. Now it's going to be the uncovered Poplar Luke. He was much better last time out, and now he shows up in 2nd with just over a lap to go here in the 9th. Gascoigne Sunday and Poplar Luke. It's Doc Houston for the trip in 3rd, a 2nd over toe up in 4th for Spare Time Surg, and getting shuffled here, Squadron Sealster now shows 5th. He half-timed up in 59 and 1. Gascoigne Sunday by 3 parts of a length, being pressed right along now by Poplar Luke. It's a Doc Houston continuing to follow along out there in 4th. Spare Time Sir going up to 3/4. Poplar Luke a neck in front now of Gascoigne Sunday, though Gascoigne Sunday, he's not thrown in the towel just yet. In fact, he's going to come back after 3/4, 128 and 4. Gascoigne Sunday back on for the lead. Poplar Luke still going with him, though, out there in 3rd. Spare Time Surg. Doc Houston could use a way through and off the back end. Squadron Sealster into the stretch. Gascoigne Sunday. Poplar Luke. Here's Spare Time Surg at 16 to 1. Trying for the upset. Poplar Luke, though, he's got too much pony. Poplar Luke for the win. Then Spare Time Surg. Close for 3rd. Doc Houston was against Gascoigne Sunday, 159 and 4. Number 3, Poplar Luke guts this one out to win. He was better last time, and he was just as good tonight. Maybe Poplar Luke has turned a corner like our commentator Robert Reed Jr. suggested prior to the 9th. Poplar Luke on top, 3, 5, 7, and 4. It's unofficial. This horse took plenty of late action as well to drop him to 7-2 on the board. A Poplar Duke is coming back for a winner's circle photo. A 4-year-old stallion, Son of Sunshine Beach, out of One Way to Go by Western Hanover, owned and trained by Brad Van Stone. It's Garrett Rooney on board for the victory, 159-4. Poplar Luke now a 7-time career winner, his 5th victory of 2022. Congratulations. Going official here, he's touring 7 Squadron Seals. There's 6 Poplar Luke was a winner. Doc Houston 4. Spare Time Serg was 2nd. Just Call Me Pete 8. Gascoigne Sunday 3rd. Word Just Gave Me 5th. 28-3. 59-1. 128-4. And it's a mile of 159-4. Poplar Luke. Top down a 7-6-1, 4-2, 8-3-5. 920 to win. Exactor came back at 96 even. Dollar Try 350, 85. The Super for $1, 1151.50. Your 20 center is worth 230.30. Race 10 up and coming. 7-horse field, all on gate for this Exactor Try, Super, and late double. Best bet selection here for both Nathan Bain and Garnet Barnsdale of Ontario Racing. Both chasing after number 1, Mr. John, as their best bet selection tonight. 10 minutes to post time on race 10. How about the live money drop now with just 2 legs left to go? It's a sharp drop, and the live money still in play for the pick 5, down to $393 from a $16,000 plus pick 5 pool still going forward. Late pick 4, live money will bring it up to, from a $10,000 plus pool, the live money just $348. So, wow. Poplar Luke, maybe not a whole lot of backers as far as the multi-leg wagers go. He was 8-1 on the morning line. He took some late action there at 7-2 and got the job done doing it the hard way. First up for a long ways to get the job done. Poplar Luke victorious in the ninth. Obviously, taking quite a bit of the live money in play away from these multi-leg wagers. 2 minutes to post time. Race 10 is next. Here we go with the starters in race number 10. 2 more to go. We're on the pace for the 10th, on the trot for the 11th. Number 1, Mr. John. Here's a best bet selection for Nathan Bain, Ontario Racing's Garnet Barnsdale. It's the 1, Mr. John. Todd Abor stays on for John Philpott. Trainer is Katie McNeil. Also on the ownership line here, Dr. Trevin Shive. Number 2, I'm Too Sexy. It's Bill Leon owning and training Ryan DeRoche up. Bravado Sealster 3, Paul McKenzie for owner-trainer Christina Soundy. Joe King 4, Tyler Moore driving for Ezra, Andy Miller, Mauricia Miller trains. Dave and Nathan Bain share the ownership on 5, Slick and Sporty, with Dave training, Colin Kelly aboard. Shadow Warrior, number 6, back in London here for Chris Kane and Keith Cullen. Keith trains. Scott Ray up. And then the outside chance for 7, Tough Cooper. Brett McDonald on board for Blue Shoe Investments. The trainer is Jordan Sumner. 7 noses all on gate here for race 10. The Exactor, Try, Super, and a late double onto a group of trotters in race 11. Already, top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. I kind of like him too. This is Mr. John, and yeah, quite a drop in the live money. I'm guessing that number 3 from the 9th, Poplar Luke, was not involved in a lot of multi-leg wagers here in the late going.
No, I don't think so either, Sugar. You know, we said that 6-1 behind the gate was a little lower than we expected. He took more support after that. And,
yeah.
And the thing is, right, it was deceptively good last time, you know.
Yeah, that was something that I had never seen from that horse. He was always one that sort of had to be on the lead or sitting too, but just certainly, you know, caught my eye last time out, shifting wide and circling up and passing a bunch of horses. Had not seen that from him before. And now to go first up forever tonight and win like he did at that price, 7-2. I mean, this horse has obviously turned a corner, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it was a huge effort. It really was. I thought on the final turn he was kind of put away, right? But then he came back for more in the stretch, then held off a late charge by spare time, Serg. So, you know, Poplar Luke definitely one to keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah.
He might be able to keep on trucking off that effort.
Right on. How about Mr. John then? Mr. John, a winner last time out. And actually, it was Katie McNeil's first career training win. Now, Katie is a partner, girlfriend of Tyler Borth, and she trains, and Tyler drives. Number 1, Mr. John here, and rail advantage, the betting public all over this horse.
Yeah, and no surprise there. I think that he deserves this support. I think, you know, it is a bit of a slight step upwards in competition, but I do think that he's, you know, much the best in here. I really do. You look back, and we kind of caught onto him November the 1st, right? We knew he was kind of a horse that should do very well in these condition claiming ranks, and blasted out of there. Good effort to be 4th, came right back to score in his latest. Real nice victory there, and I think with rail control tonight, he's hard to go against. That's what the thing for me was, is that I don't really think there's anyone I'd want to hang my hat on against him, and you'd have to use a pile of them if you're going to actually try to beat him, and I think that might just be a futile effort.
Right, he's 1-2 right now. Very tough to go against. The only way I believe he gets beat is if he could get pressed along throughout or in the early going, because you know, he appears to me like he wants to be on the lead, but if someone challenges, he might not be up for letting that one go. So he could get tested in here. If that happens, maybe the 6, Shadow Warrior, could be the one coming from way back to win. Scott Ray on board number 6, Shadow Warrior, is one that I would be looking at. We're looking at the 5, Slick and Sporty, that is, for the Bains. Colin Kelly gets the call. This one shows 58-2 in his latest. They weren't beating Little Manny that night.
No, they weren't. This is what I actually pegged for second.
Yep.
Reason being, I like the move, right? You're racing against, you know, known as a 1,500 last 3. Now you're moving into the condition claiming ranks, and I mean, Little Manny would certainly be a pretty heavy. I mean, Mercenary. Imagine Mercenary even in this class, right? The horse ahead of him in 3rd. So I think that Slick and Sporty is one that, on classification alone, you've got to look to. That's the direction I'd be looking at if I was going to try to beat Mr. John. 15-1 on him. Good price. He'd be my main player underneath as well.
All right, the price is right now on number 5, Slick and Sporty. Number 6, Shadow Warrior. If he can keep his act together, he's been known to make the odd break, but you know what? if it sets up for him, if this horse stays flat throughout, and the hot hands of Razor, 9-1 Shadow Warrior, pretty good price.
Yeah, he should be competitive against this group, no question about it. I got him pegged for third and definitely a main player on the ticket.
Alrighty, here we go. Mr. John, I'm Too Sexy. Bravado Sealster, Joe King, a Slick and Sporty, Shadow Warrior, Tough Cooper for 7, Noses on Gate. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. And a host of levers here. Tough Cooper up on the wide side towards the rail. Mr. John, those two are first and second into that opening turn. Mr. John along the inside and looking to find a seat up close. Tough Cooper. Tough Cooper has found the pocket ride at 25-1. Bravado Sealster got away in third. A midfield fourth for I'm Too Sexy. Backed off into fifth was Joe King. Next in line 6 for Slick and Sporty. And a gapped off trailer in Shadow Warrior. 28 seconds flat for a headstrong Mr. John and Borth. Mr. John by a length and a half. The long shot. Tough Cooper sitting second, on hold third. Bravado Sealster, I'm Too Sexy, stayed in. And going out from fifth now, that'll be Joe King. And Joe King will be providing cover to Slick and Sporty, and still last and still gapped with Shadow Warrior, the halftime leader. Mr. John at that station, 58 seconds flat. He got a 30 flat, a second quarter breather. This leader, Mr. John, going along unchallenged thus far, trying to be second best. On the outside is Joe King, though Tough Cooper is holding down the play spot. Towed up into it now to be fourth and going 3 deep on the outside. Slick and Sporty being roused up but not gaining. Fifth and in for Bravado Sealster. Then we go back to I'm Too Sexy and Shadow Warrior up by 3/4. 127-1. Mr. John is still there. Second best, Tough Cooper. And coming on to be third now, Slick and Sporty, saving ground. Bravado Sealster beginning to sputter with Joe King. It's an 8 left to go, and it's Mr. John trying to go downtown. Mr. John, though the strides are shortening up. Here comes Slick and Sporty. Slick and Sporty has got him. Slick and Sporty for the win with Kelly on for the Banes. Mr. John was second, Tough Cooper third, and from last, Shadow Warrior, a 158-1. Unofficial winner number 5, Slick and Sporty, took some late action here to drop to 6-1. Then the 1, Mr. John, heavy fave, is second. The 7, Tough Cooper third. 6, Shadow Warrior fourth. 5-1-7-6 unofficial. Race good, and he looks great coming back to the winner's circle. Here is Slick and Sporty, 7-year-old son of sports writer. At a fanciful Western by Western Hanover for Dave and Nathan Bain. Dave trains. Colin Kelly was on for the win. Racing for the price tonight. Slick and Sporty with the mild upset win in 158-1. Congratulations. He paid $14.80. That exactor came back at $29.90. Dollar try, $105.10. The super for $100, $400. $25.90. That 20 center is worth $85.18. Mr. John was second. I'm Too Sexy, 6. Bravado Sealster, 5th. Joe King was 7th. Slick and Sporty won it. Shadow Warrior, 4. Tough Cooper, 3rd. 28.58. 127-1. The mile was 158-1. Slick and Sporty. Top down reads a 2.65.7. 143. right, the upcoming 11th race, race number 11. There are 2 claims entered on number 4, LA Magic. 2 claims entered on number 4, LA Magic, this upcoming 11th race. Group of trotters, an 8-horse field for the exactor, try, and super high-five play. 4 minutes to think about it. So we got the double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5 will pays coming up on your monitors. Best of luck if you get some live plays here in our 11th and final race. The Trotters go postward a little over a minute for the high five finale. Live racing continues this coming Friday, the early start time, 4:50. It's 10 races on tap this coming Friday with more live racing getting underway at 4:50 Eastern. Now your starters for our 11th and final race. Group of trotters here. Number 1, Dominant Dale. Ryan DeRoche on board for owner-trainer Bill Leon. Stars Above Alleridge. Number 2, it's Travis Henry for Tanya Lawson. The trainer Patrick Bissett. Charlotte Kay, the 3 in from the Maritimes for Nutriglow Canada. The trainer Mitch Tierney. Colin Kelly trying to come right back. LA Magic 4, 2 claims are entered. This one owned and trained by Brian McGuire. Garrett Rooney on board. Dusty Lane Thunder, number 5. Alfie Carroll for John Bell. Trainer Dane Pearson. Triple S Equine owning. Another for trainer Mitch Tierney is number 6 Revenue Agent Austin Sorey. Then the 7 is Relevant with Todd and Moore driving for owner trainer Gary MacDonald. And the trailing spot for 8 Petro Angel for owner trainer breeder Daryl Lever. Brett MacDonald stays on for the drive. Those are your 8 trotters then. And again, 2 claims have been entered. A number 4 LA Magic Exactor Try Super Hi-Fi play right here. Okay, so the 11th and final comes down to a top selection for Robert Reed Jr., and it's another 5. Dusty Lane Thunder. You know what, Robert, got to give you kudos finding that 5, slick and sporty in race 10. He raced big.
Yeah, he did. You know what? And you know how we've kind of been talking ourselves into horses sugar right before the race, right? I mean,
it's all night.
As I looked at it more,
yeah.
I mean, you look at Kenny Joe, all right. You see Little Manny, Mercenary. These are the horses that Slick and Sporty have been racing against. You saw he moved to the outside there, was kind of toiling out there, and just kind of came past them on class alone. You know what I mean? Like just an easier spot for him.
That's what it was, you know, and I don't think it took a whole lot out of him because you know what, coming back to the winner's circle, he looks so sharp coming back. I watched him all the way. This is a nice horse, Slick and Sporty.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I think all night tonight, Sugar, you know, kind of our final thoughts on races. Yeah. If somebody was just betting the gate and playing those, they'd be doing pretty well right now.
We've had a few messages. I'm sure you have too. I've had a few, you know, especially back on the race for Poplar Luke, where we talked him up on the end there. There was one gentleman passed along a little note on Twitter that he got behind that horse as they went to the gate. So, you know what? If we can find them for them, it doesn't matter when. If we can find them and a player can get a bet in just before it closes, is all good. But, yeah, let's talk up Dusty Lane Thunder then here in the finale. Let's go.
Yeah, Dusty Lane Thunder for me, I just love the fact that, you know, she gets her nose back on the gate, right? I mean, last time had the trailing post and really got wiped out of it at the start. That's why she was a refund.
Yeah.
And I thought still raced, you know, respectively well just to end up getting 5th in there. And now this time around, you know, with hopefully a fair fight on her hands, I think she can, you know, get the better of this group. I've loved this, you know, trotter for a while now.
Yep.
She's a big, strong, you know, looking mare, and right now she looks pretty proud out there. So I'm just hoping she gets put into play. Doesn't have a tremendous amount of gate speed, but enough that I think she can just maintain her position and get going at some point in the mile 7-2. I think you know, a little shorter than I'd hoped, but again, the one I want to be on in here, Sugar.
Right on. And from the training spot, Petro Angel, you've got him pegged for second. I've got her pegged for second as well. Brett MacDonald knows her well. She was better last time.
She was really good last time, and it's one of those spots where you look at it and say, okay, 7-hole, 7-hole, 6-hole. Yeah, we get to the inside, but it's a trailing post and behind a couple of question marks, in my opinion, right?
Right.
Horses that have made breaks early. If she had her nose on the gate, I wouldn't have been able to go against her in this spot. I think that's the only reason why she's 8-1 right now on the board, and why I've got her in the second spot is just that, where does she get away, right? And what's the trip look like after that? Whereas Dusty Lane Thunder at least kind of has her own destiny in her own hands with her nose on the gate.
Right on. Another horse that we both kind of like. I pegged for win. You have for third. Stars Above Alleridge been out racing the odds there a few times in recent starts. Last time out, 30-1 plus, and the price is pretty good right now for a Travis Henry driven trotter.
Yeah, and a horse too gets to the inside of the gate, has tactical speed, right? Where the horse that we just talked about, the problem with them is one doesn't really have much speed. One's got to start from the trailing post. This horse might push right out of there with the early lead, or at least be close to it.
Right.
And we got 3 seconds in the last 4 starts. No wins on the season, right? We've seen that be a difficult trend to buck.
Yeah.
But 8-1.
I'm gonna stay behind the 2 Stars Above Alleridge here to upset in the finale. Great job tonight, Robert Reed Jr. We'll catch you again next Tuesday.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Sugar. Yeah, I'll be back. Witness it for the world.
Right on. Wonderful. Here we go then. It's the finale in London. 7 trotters on gate plus the trailer. And 2 claims entered in 4. L.A. Magic. They're into the stretch. And who do you like? Off stride the 2. Stars Above Alleridge. Went to a break behind the gate. They're off. L.A. Magic with a pair of claims entered. Left sharply for Rooney. Outside of that is the 6 Revenue Agent, Dusty Lane Thunder. It's the best beginning for this trotter in a long time. Has found herself a 2-hole ride, and they're going quickly through that opening turn. L.A. Magic marching. A Dusty Lane Thunder right there in second and looking very sharp here for Carroll. Backed off into third was Revenue Agent. All alone trotting fourth and closing up the gap now is Charlotte Kay. 28-2. That's a very fast opening quarter mile for this group of trotters. L.A. Magic taps it up now. A Dusty Lane Thunder continuing second. It's Revenue Agent third. Charlotte Kay is fourth. A breaker in the backfield. Petro Angel has jumped it off. Down in front of us they travel. The half-mile approach leader is L.A. Magic. Dusty Lane Thunder stayed in, going out from third. Revenue Agent, and that's going to be cover for the barn mate, Charlotte Kay. And following up the moves is the 1, Dominum Deo. Along the inside, we've got Relevant. The back markers are the early breakers, Petro Angel and Stars Above Alleridge, though they are with this field as they get over the half in a minute to Fist to the backside now, and it's L.A. Magic still there, right on the wheel and challenging now. Revenue Agent, Dusty Lane Thunder has worked out the great journey in the third, fourth and wide for Charlotte Kay. Staying along the inside now, Dominum Deo, then it's back to Petro Angel. Stars Above Alleridge trying to regroup. And the trailer Relevant, 130-3 for 3 quarters, and up to the 7/8, and it's still L.A. Magic, and back on for the deuce. Dusty Lane Thunder, she's going to get set to tip wide for the drive home. L.A. Magic being driven along. Dusty Lane Thunder, here's a pocket rocket trying to be there. L.A. Magic holds on by a head. A Dusty Lane Thunder was second. A Revenue Agent third. It was close for fourth at 2:02. It's the 4, L.A. Magic on top. 4, 5, 6, 1, and 3 for the Super High Five. Another multiple driving win night for Garrett Rooney. LA Magic gets the job done here in the finale. 6-year-old son of Kadabra out of Celebrity Sweetie by Yankee Glide for owner-trainer Brian McGuire of Windsor. Garrett Rooney was on board for this gate-to-wire finale win in 2:02. LA Magic, congratulations. Race 11 is official. Domino Deo was 4. Stars above Alleridge 6. Charlotte K 5th. LA Magic won it. Dusty Lane Thunder 2nd. Revenue Agent 3rd. Relevant was 8th. Petro Angel 7th. 28 and 2. Omitted 2 fifths. 130 and 3. The mile of 2:02. LA Magic from the top. 4, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 8, and 7 for driver Garrett Rooney. Appears to be the driving triple aboard LA Magic. He also had a Poplar Luke and Steady As We Go earlier on in this evening's racing card. Garrett Rooney gets the driving triple here in the finale. Top down a 4, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 8, and 7. The claiming action from race number 11. Number 4, LA Magic, will be going to trainer Lindsay Kerr. Prices for race number 11. 20-cent pick 3, $59.22. The dollar pick 4, $1,000 to $20.85. The pick 5 for 20 cents, $338.11. More prices from the finale, $9.20 for the win on LA Magic. Exactor $31.20. Dollar try $55.25. The double $75.50. The high five, 20-cent return $245.91. That's going to do it for the live racing tonight. There's still a bit of simulcasting in-house. We've got live racing returning here on a Friday evening. The early start for 10 races, 4:50 Eastern. Thank you for joining us tonight from the Eye on London Sky. I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great evening.